Good morning. Mr. Castleton.
Your Honour, I appear with my learned friend, Mr. Harkin, in relation to Your Honour's case study into fire prediction modelling.
Thank you, Mr. Castleton.
Your Honour, please, I appear with my learned friend, Ms Woodland, for the state agencies, most relevantly the RFS.
Thank you, Mr. Free.
The focus of Your Honour's inquiry today is on fire prediction modelling by the New South Wales Rural Fire Service in the 2019-2020 bushfire season. Your Honour will consider fire prediction in the context of three fires: the Kangawalla Die Hard Fire, in particular the period between 7 and 8 November 2019, which resulted in the deaths of Vivian Chaplin and George Knoll; the Badger Forest Fire between 30 and 31 December 2019, which resulted in the deaths of 6 men: Colin Burns, Ross Rickson, Patrick Solway, Robert Solway, Richard Steele and John Smith; and the Coronial State Forest Fire, also between 30 and 31 December 2019, which saw the deaths of Lawrence Andrew, John Butler and Michael Campbell. I pause now, Your Honour, to acknowledge the families, friends and communities of Vivian Chaplin, George Knoll, Colin Burns, Ross Rickson, Patrick Solway, Robert Solway, Richard Steele, John Smith, Lawrence Andrew, John Butler and Michael Campbell. The loss of each of their lives was undoubtedly tragic, and revisiting it today may be immensely painful for family and friends watching these proceedings online. Your Honour's inquiry will consider 4 issues. First, whether the process for identifying when a fire prediction should be prepared to assist the RFS with its operational planning is adequate. Second, whether the fire predictions performed by the RFS were firstly carried out to an expected standard having regard to available technology and information, and secondly, reasonable having regard to the broader operational context at the relevant time. The third issue, Your Honour, is whether the process for the communication of predictions within the RFS is adequate to enable warnings to be communicated with sufficient notice to landowners, the community and/or other stakeholders. And the fourth issue is whether the RFS process for communicating predictions to landowners, the community and/or other stakeholders is adequate. Turning, if I may, Your Honour, to the Kangawalla fire. As Your Honour knows, between 2 and 7 November 2019, the Kangawalla fire was contained. It was mapped as only progressing short distances or not at all. That can be seen shortly, Your Honour, by comparing the fire progression maps on screen now for 2 November and 7 November 2019. For reasons that remain unexplained, Your Honour, I'm not sure why we don't have vision on. Right. Can you turn that so I can see? I just can't. Thank you. On 2 November 2019, at 3 p.m, a fire spread prediction map was prepared by fire behaviour analyst David Philp with an extended outlook valid from 12 p.m. that day until 9 a.m. on 8 November 2019. Your Honour sees that relevant prediction on screen now. On 6 November 2019, at 5:48 p.m, a Phoenix fire spread prediction map was prepared, valid from 11 a.m. until 11 p.m. on 7 November 2019, to indicate potential breakout scenarios. And Your Honour sees that on screen now. A further Phoenix fire spread prediction map was prepared on 6 November 2019 at 6:05 p.m. for the period 11 a.m. until 11 p.m. on 8 November 2019 to indicate potential breakout scenarios. Waitalaba is shown as being impacted by the fire in 11 to 15 simulations, and Your Honour sees that relevant Phoenix fire spread prediction map on screen now. In the afternoon of 7 November 2019, the Bureau of Meteorology released an incident weather forecast for the Glen Innes complex of fires, which included Kangawalla. That forecast showed for the afternoon of 8 November 2019 the following: temperatures of up to 30 degrees, a negative dew point, relative humidity into the single digits, west-northwesterly winds of 40 to 45 kilometres per hour, with wind gusts up to 60 kilometres per hour, and a continuous Haynes index of 12 to 13. In the morning of 8 November 2019, the Kangawalla fire in the Glen Innes local government area was on patrol status. It had been contained for a number of days, and the RFS anticipated no control issues. However, the safety briefing notes issued by the incident management team recorded 8 November 2019 as a potential blow-up day. Despite this, there was no updated prediction carried out by the RFS on 7 December 2019 or in the morning of 8 December 2019. I think that should be November. It is important to observe here, Your Honour, that the RFS was dealing with an extensive number of fires at the relevant time. At 10:15am on the morning of 8 November 2019, fire behaviour analyst within the IMT, David Philp, emailed State Command a list of 9 fires in order of priority, on which the IMT required assistance from analysts within State Command. Kangawalla was the 6th on that list. At 1:13pm, David Philp noted in his log a contact with Derek, who we presume is Derek Gibb, a fire behaviour analyst within State Command. The note records the following: Derek, re-Liberation Road. We'll look at Schultz next. The Schultz Road fire was initially lower in priority to the Kangawalla fire on the list sent by Mr Philp that morning. An emergency alert had been requested for that fire about 1 hour earlier. At 3:15pm on 8 November 2019, Grant Donnelly of the Board Knob RFS Brigade telephoned the Glen Innes Fire Control Centre. Mr Donnelly stated that the Kangawalla fire was potentially threatening Waitalaba. And I'll play now that relevant recording.
Rural Fire Service.
Yeah, g'day, it's Grant Donnelly at Bald Knob. Just wondering if I talk to whoever's looking after the Kangawalla fire.
Kangawalla Fire, okay.
Broken out again on us.
Okay.
I don't know whether words got through yet, but yeah, someone who's...
No, I haven't heard Kangawalla being mentioned yet.
Yeah, well...
I'm just writing down what you're saying, and
Yep.
I'll get on to whoever. So it's
Yep.
broken out.
Yeah, it's heading east.
Kangawalla.
It's more than likely in the Man River Nature Reserve by now.
Possibly in, what was the name?
Man River Nature Reserve.
Man River Nature Reserve.
And heading towards the Old Grafton Road.
Heading to Old Grafton Road.
Yeah, now our brigade is there trying to block it from burning more of the open country, but that's all they can do at the moment.
Which brigade are you, Grant? Sorry?
Bald Knob.
Bald Knob.
Yep.
You're on scene, are you?
I'm not, but my
No, I meant
brigade.
Bald Knob. Yeah. Bald Knob on scene, direct attacking.
No, not direct attacking. They're just working with the dozer, trying to limit it to the south of the. Trying to create a break to limit it to the south, basically push it into the nature reserve. That's all they can do.
With dozer in open area.
Yep.
To the south.
Trying to put a break east
putting in an east-west break.
Yep. I haven't got any more information, but I've got a couple of fellows going over there now, but that's all I know.
Thank you.
But a fair bit of smoke going up there. I don't know. Have you got anyone who's there's probably no crews available anyway, but...
Who would I call if you needed somebody?
Well, I think we might have to, Watalabar might have to look at some strategies there off the old Grafton Road, but the wind's got to drop. I mean, it's potentially threatening Watalabar, so...
Okay.
Yep.
So in the future, possibly the community, you mean? Yep.
Yeah, down there on the river.
Okay. Yep. Okay. All right, I'll
I don't
get
know
onto it.
who you've got there, but you should be able to get me on the mobile.
Your Honour, a notation from the log of David Philp, fire behaviour analyst within the Glen Innes IMT, records at 3:18 p.m, referencing a call with Derek doing some work on Kangawalla. Derek Gibb, a fire behaviour analyst within State Command, also included a note in his log at 3:20 p.m. That note records contact with David Simon Heemstra, then manager of the RFS Predictive Services Unit, and the word simply Kangawalla. Mr. Gibbs subsequently recorded that at 3:25 p.m, he informed another person within State Command that he was looking at Kangawalla. A further 2 calls were received about the fire over the next 15 minutes. At 3:26 p.m, from RFS member James Gresham, and I'll just play that call now, Your Honour.
Scott speaking.
G'day, Scott. How's it going? James Gresham here.
Good, mate, good.
Yeah, are you keeping me busy?
Yeah.
Just a little.
All right. Mate, I answered it that way because every time I hang up, the dispatch keeps ringing, so I just, Scotty.
Yeah,
Scotty.
Yeah, no dramas. No
All
worries.
good.
Yeah, look,
What's
mate,
going
I
on?
just got a call from a neighbour.
Yep.
Just getting ahead, Glen Elgin Road meets the highway, okay?
Oh, yes, yep.
Yeah, all right. And then there's the old Grafton Road, turns off to the right and heads
Yes.
down mountain. That property there, Phil Dawson's place, I just got word that there seems to be smoke billowing up from behind that property. That would be over the edge of the escarpment, down back into the valley again, sort of up, probably upstream from Watalabar.
Yeah, okay.
I don't have, it's on a yellow jacket map, and I don't have a yellow jacket map. I can give you a grid reference, but
Yep.
You know,
No, I'm
is that-
just looking at the map now.
yeah.
So,
Is there actual known activity down there, or is it something new?
no, there is activity at Kangawalla,
Mm-hmm.
but it wouldn't be enough. I don't think it'd be enough to
You notice it?
worry. Yeah, not from there. I'm just looking at the map, and there's nothing down at Old Grafton Road. So yeah,
Yeah.
there's no known fire activity there.
Okay, shit, okay.
Yeah.
Your Honour, the next call was at 3:39 p.m, in which the content of an earlier call appears to be relayed to the incident management team at Glen Innes, and I'll have that played now, Your Honour.
Good afternoon, RFS Melbourne Total. Belinda speaking. How may I help you?
Yes, hi. A new fire on Tommy's Rock Trail, which comes off the main road there, Grafton Road. Apparently, it's halfway up to Tommy's Rock Lookout. It's in the Man River Nature Reserve.
All right, and
It's a new fire. He said it started from an ember from a nearby fire. You've got a nearby fire which has an incident number of 196656.
5, 6. Yeah,
But this is a separate fire. Sorry?
what's this on incident number?
The incident number?
Yep.
197319.
9 line. Is there a callback number on that one at all?
Is
Your Honour, at 4:15 p.m, Grant Donnelly, unable to reach the incident management team on the radio, made a further call to the Glen Innes Fire Control Centre in which he said, and I quote, "You'll need to probably evacuate Waitalaba." And Your Honour will hear that recording now.
Yeah, g'day, it's Grant Donnelly, Bald Knob. We've got a dicky PMR, so I can't really get back to comms-wise on the radio.
Yep.
Just letting you know, we're on site. We think the house is relatively safe. We've got another
the
truck
Brown
just...
Street house. Yep.
Yeah, yep. We've got another truck just arriving.
So
Yeah.
the house is safe?
Relatively safe. We're not 100% yet, but the fire is at least 1 kilometre east of us in the nature reserve. So you'll need to probably evacuate Waitalaba and maybe talk about the prison farm.
And the prison farm as well. Okay.
Yeah, well, I just don't know which way it's going to go once it gets to the old Grafton Road.
Waitalaba community and the
Prison farm, let them know. At least let them know. And I don't know. The only way we can get a good handle on it is the chopper, but I'm not sure what the
Well, they were grounded because of the too high winds.
given the winds. That's what I expected.
I've also got Dundee 1 coming your way.
Okay, and there was a town fire and rescue coming too, wasn't there?
I think so, yeah. I'm not sure.
It looks
whether I
like
did that.
Yeah, it looks like Glen Elgin's here now. We've got a dozer operating around the house, doubling the brakes up.
Okay.
The wind's swirling all over the place. It's just
Yeah.
hard to get an angle on. So we'll need at least 2 trucks at the house for the time being, and we'll have to. I don't know. Something. It's gone well east of here in the bush. So.
Alrighty.
So someone will have to do something with the old Grafton Road end. Whether Waitalaba can look at it or someone, but a chopper would be ideal. But just
Yeah, we've had a call from Waitalaba. They've got fire close to them as well.
Yep.
They were thinking there might have been another fire in there heading towards them.
Yeah, well, it is basically. It's on the other side of the river from their main community, but that won't stop them in this wind. And it's
No, that's right.
it's in the nature reserve, and it's I don't know how far east it's gone from here. So I'm at the house at the moment,
Okay.
and that's all happened in the last hour.
Yep.
Anyway.
Yep.
You should have my mobile number.
You're on about 10 minutes later, in a call with State Command, at about 4:25 p.m, the incident controller, Mark Williams, requested an emergency message be sent to the Waitalaba community for Ember attack warning. And Your Honour will hear that warning played now.
State Ops. Mark speaking. Hello, Kangawalla. Correct. Can you go listen with Pete for a moment? Kangawalla, and your message? Will be Ember attack, so be aware. Okay, thanks. I'll just transfer you through.
Thank you for calling the New South Wales Wave.
Okay, Commissioner online.
Yes, I am.
Thank you, Deputy.
Yeah.
Thank you, media.
Yeah.
Okay, I have Mark Williams online for the Kangawalla fire in Glen Innes. Go ahead, Mark, with the update.
Afternoon. The Kangawalla fire became active a short time ago. It's been on patrol status for some time. Local crews have reported significant fires hitting fire breach containment lines moving to the east towards the community of Waitalaba. That community has been protected previously by an earlier fire this declaration. However, there is now Ember impact into that community. We request we're going to go to WA3 and a message to the Waitalaba community, which the polygon has been sent in, target area out Delta for shelter in place. Oh, sorry, not shelter in place, for Ember attack warning.
Okay, so I'm just having a look. We've got those polygons in icon. I've got Charlie and Bravo.
No, it's a negative. It's a Delta, and it's for the Waitalaba community. It's been done by hand and sent in.
Okay, we haven't got that in COP, so we'll have to get that uploaded. so I understand that. So it'll be prepare for ember attack.
Correct. That's in intel, that document.
Okay.
I've got it now.
Okay, media's got that. Resources on the ground, thanks.
Local resources only, vicinity of flight appliances. All aircraft are currently grounded due to wind conditions.
Understood. Okay, thank you. Commissioner, any questions?
So we're leaving this one at watch and act, but just issuing the alert for ember.
For ember attack, correct.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, Deputy?
Negative.
Media.
No, we're right.
Okay, thanks, Mark. We'll grab that polygon. We'll give you a call once it's good to go. And just confirming you'll upgrade it to watch and act through.
Correct, we will.
Thank you.
Thank you.
As Your Honour will recall, in evidence before Your Honour last year, both Deputy Commissioner Peter McKechnie and Incident Controller Mark Williams agreed that with the benefit of hindsight, the alert level should have been emergency warning. At 4:30 p.m, Derek Gibb completed a fire spread prediction map, valid from 4 p.m. until 9 p.m. Your Honour will see that map shortly on screen. This prediction was completed as a rapid appreciation, which Mr. Gibb states is a prediction that is completed as quickly as possible and without taking the time to consider all of the terrain, weather and fuel details, and making minimal refinements to the model inputs, with the purpose being to provide the IMT with some idea of the potential spread with a more detailed best estimate to follow soon after. The prediction showed potential spotting beyond Waitalaba between 4 p.m. and 5 p.m, with the main fire front impacting the township at about 6 p.m. By the time the rapid prediction had been completed, that is 4:30 p.m, the situation in Waitalaba had deteriorated significantly. RFS officers Bulgasia and Kirkman were surrounded by fire and unable to leave a property on the western side of Waitalaba. They both told police that they had difficulties contacting the other RFS appliance in Waitalaba, as Fireground and UHF radios do not transmit when crews are located on opposite sides of Waitalaba. Captain Kim Jermy witnessed an explosion of spot fires everywhere as he drove from the RFS shed in Waitalaba back to his property to direct the fire effort. Newcastle Fire Command had received a call from a Mr. Tonks at 1450 Old Grafton Road that a grass fire was about to impact his house near the Waitalaba School. And at 4:36 p.m, Brett Miller, Deputy Captain of the Waitalaba Brigade, radioed the IMT. I will now have that radio call played to Your Honour.
Emergency, Waitalaba 7.
Waitalaba 7, send your emergency message.
We have fire impacting the whole of the west end of Waitalaba. It is an extremely dangerous situation. We are pulling as many people out as we can.
Roger, are there any of your crews in imminent danger?
Just radioed them and told them to get out, but that's, hey?
At around this time, several videos were taken from Mr. Miller's appliance, Waitalaba 7. The first, which will be played for Your Honour shortly, includes Mr. Miller trying to contact officers Bulgasia and Kirkman, who were in appliance Waitalaba 9. At 4:39 p.m, after the issue of the rapid prediction and Mr. Miller's calls, a major fire update was issued by the New South Wales RFS and published on the Fires Near Me app. That update recorded the warning levels as watch and act and advised that people in areas along Man River, near the Man River Nature Reserve and Newton Boyd, should monitor conditions. Watch out for burning embers which may start spot fires ahead of the main fire front. Check and follow your bushfire survival plan. If you do not have a plan, decide what you will do if the situation changes. At 4:44 p.m, the alert level was upgraded in a situation report to EW5, being an alert level of emergency warning 5. At 4:46 p.m, a new major fire update was issued, which advised people in Waitalaba to move to the community hall, but kept the alert level at watch and act. At 4:48 p.m, a voice and SMS warning campaign commenced, informing residents of Waitalaba, if not prepared and path is clear, move towards Waitalaba Community Hall. The IMT were provided with the rapid prediction shortly after the start of the warning campaign at 4:49 p.m. At the time, Mr Gibb was preparing a best estimate prediction. Mr Gibb finalised that prediction at 5:30 p.m. The prediction applied to the period from 5 p.m. on the 8th of November 2019 to 9 a.m. the following morning. You want to seize that fire spread prediction on screen now. Mr Gibb states that a best estimate is an assessment of the fire behaviour that an analyst thinks is most likely, although does not take into account any suppression on the fire ground. About 24 minutes before completion of the best estimate prediction, the brigade fire shed in the centre of Waitalaba was affected by fire. Houses had already been lost, and Vivian Chaplin had told her daughter-in-law in a telephone call that Ms Chaplin's property was on fire. Fire progression mapping from 8 November to 9 November 2019 shows that the fire made a significant run, approximately 9.4 kilometres to the east, considered extreme and abnormal fire behaviour in a single day. Your Honour sees that fire progression map on screen now. Vivian Chaplin and George Knoll both lost their lives in the early evening of 8 November 2019. Turning, if I may, Your Honour, to the Badger Forest fire. 30 and 31 December 2019 were days of particular severe fire conditions. 7 people lost their lives to the Badger Forest fire on these days alone. On 28 December 2019, in the first 24 hours following the fire's ignition, the Badger fire was mapped as progressing distances of up to 6 kilometres through dense forest. On the 29th of December 2019, the fire was mapped as spreading approximately 3 kilometres to the northwest, with new separate areas of fire mapped west of the main fire. After the fire's ignition on 27 December 2018, fire behaviour analyst David Philp prepared a series of predictions. On 28 December 2019, at 1:20 p.m, being a best estimate fire spread prediction for the period 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. that day. At 6:20 p.m. that same evening, the 28th of December, a further best estimate fire spread prediction map was valid from 6 p.m. that evening until 8 a.m. the following morning, 29 December 2019. On 29 December 2019 at 1:53 p.m, a Phoenix rapid fire spread prediction map covering the period 1 p.m. that day until 10 p.m. on the 31st of December 2019 was prepared. Also on the 29th of December 2019, Mr. Philp prepared an extended outlook fire spread prediction map, valid from 11 a.m. that morning until midnight on the 31st of December 2019. Your Honour sees that on screen now. Your Honour, a separate fire behaviour analyst, David Clark, carried out a further best estimate prediction at 10:45 a.m. on the 30th of December 2019, covering the period of 8 a.m. that day until 2 p.m. on the 31st of December 2019. Your Honour sees that on screen now. The Bureau of Meteorology incident weather forecast for the Badger Forest Fire for the afternoon of 30 December 2019 showed relevantly temperatures of up to 34 degrees, a dew point of 0, relative humidity of 11% at 5 p.m, northwesterly winds reaching up to 30 kilometres per hour with wind gusts up to 50 kilometres per hour, and a continuous Haynes index of 13. At 3:58 p.m. on the 30th of December 2019, the Badger Fire was reported to have spotted with properties under threat. Just over 1 hour later, at about 5:06 p.m, the fire was reported to have rapidly increased and created a pyrocumulus column. The first fire spread prediction map that afternoon was completed at 7:40 p.m. on the 30th of December. The map, which predicted the movement of the fire to 5 p.m. on Tuesday, the 31st of December, depicts the predicted fire edge extending that evening in a southward direction of the actual fire edge. The map, Your Honour, reveals the townships of Nearingunda to the northwest, Ondella and Cobargo, all to the east and southeast towards the coast, falling outside the predicted fire edge. These were the towns where John Smith, Robert and Patrick Solway and Richard Steele lost their lives on the 31st of December 2019, as well as Ross Rickson, who was impacted by the fire on that day and subsequently died on 18 January 2020. Turning now, Your Honour, to the Coronial fire. On 31 December 2019, Lawrence Andrew, John Butler and Michael Campbell tragically lost their lives as a result of this particular fire. In the days leading up to that catastrophic day, the Coronial fire was mapped as spreading relatively short distances on 28 and 29 December of between 1 to 6 kilometres in various directions. On 30 December, the fire was mapped as having spread up to 7 kilometres to the northwest. The fire progression over this time can be seen in this fire spread progression map. The Parks and Conservation Service Fire Behaviour Report of 29 December noted the following weather prediction for 30 December 2019. Hot and dry with extremely dry air sitting over the surface, maximum temperatures of 37 degrees, minimum relative humidity of 13%, and winds shifting to the northwest, light in the morning becoming gusty in the afternoon. A series of predictions were carried out for 30 and 31 December 2019. On 27 December, a Phoenix fire spread prediction map was prepared, valid to 30 December from 11 a.m. to 11 p.m. On 29 December, a series of Phoenix fire spread prediction maps were prepared, valid from 30 December from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. Two Phoenix predictions cover the Turpentine sector, which encompasses the township of Sussex Inlet. And I'll show those two maps now, Your Honour. Your Honour, two further Phoenix predictions were prepared in relation to the Yatar sector, and they'll be showed now, Your Honour. The Parks and Conservation Service Fire Behaviour Report of 29 December noted the weather prediction for 31 December to include a continuation of dry air with strong gusty winds and a highly unstable atmosphere with the potential for a fire-generated thunderstorm. On 31 December at 10:44 a.m, a best estimate fire spread prediction map was prepared, valid for 31 December from 11 a.m. to 7 p.m. On 31 December, the fire spread rapidly on multiple fire fronts, including a progression of 20 kilometres to the north and a 6 kilometres progression to the east-southeast. The fire impacted townships including Yatta and Sussex Inlet, being the locations of John Butler, Lawrence Andrew and Michael Campbell. This reach was mapped on 7 January 2020. Your Honour will hear evidence today from multiple expert witnesses about the fire prediction models used by the RFS in carrying out the predictions for each of the three fires and more generally. Your Honour will hear concurrently from court-appointed expert Dr. Jonathan Marsden Smedley, David Field, Manager Predictive Services Unit within the RFS, Dr. Simon Heemstra, former Manager of Predictive Services at the New South Wales RFS, and Lawrence McCoy, Acting Director, Community Risks within the RFS. There are multiple ways to assess the accuracy of a fire spread prediction. Your Honour, these include comparing the area actually burnt with the area predicted to be burnt, referred to as an aerial spread, and secondly, comparing the predicted rate of spread with the observed rate of spread, referred to as linear spread. Overall, there is agreement, it seems to me at least, Your Honour, that the expert witnesses, that the majority of the RFS predictions had an under-prediction bias. The RFS experts contend that this was within the acceptable range for a fire spreading rapidly. Dr. Marsden Smedley notes that overall, for high-intensity fires involving a rate of spread above half a kilometre per hour, that the RFS rate of spread predictions using the MacArthur model with adjustments on average were under-predicted by about 50%. Dr. Marsden Smedley observes in his second supplementary report that this is likely skewed by the sheer speed of the Badger fire on 29 and 30 December 2019. However, Dr. Marsden Smedley also attributes the under-prediction to the use of a particular fire prediction model, the MacArthur Fire Danger Meter, as it works adequately during low spread rate and intensity fires as opposed to moderate or higher spread rate and intensity bushfires. In terms of aerial spread, Dr. Marsden Smedley agrees with the RFS experts that there was a high agreement between the predicted and mapped locations of the Kangawalla fire. However, Dr. Marsden Smedley observes that those predictions were carried out only a few hours before the mapped fire location at 7:04 p.m. In terms of the critical period in relation to the Badger fire, that is from the evening of 29 December through to the afternoon of 30 December, Dr. Marsden Smedley emphasises that the predicted fire spread was 13 kilometres. The actual run, mapped by RFS, was 44 kilometres. RFS fire behaviour analysts currently use two mediums for preparing fire spread predictions: Phoenix Rapid Fire and manual fire spread prediction maps. Turning to Phoenix Rapid Fire first, Your Honour. Phoenix Rapid Fire is a computer program that uses several models to rapidly generate predictions using a variety of inputs such as fire location, weather, fuel, fire history and topography, which are contained on a New South Wales RFS statewide data set. It is anticipated that Your Honour will hear evidence from the experts that there are limitations with Phoenix Rapid Fire, as the predictions are based on the accuracy of the background data, the ability of an empirical model to predict fire behaviour, and it does not take into account current fire behaviour or local knowledge. The RFS generally use Phoenix Rapid Fire to triage which fires need to undergo further fire behaviour or risk analysis modelling. Phoenix Rapid Fire predictions are not routinely released to an incident management team without an accompanying report or manual prediction due to accuracy and interpretation concerns. Prior to the 2019-2020 bushfire season, the RFS developed a prototype Fire Behaviour Analyst Supervisor module. It uses Phoenix Rapid Fire to automatically generate predictions following reports of a new ignition or fire polygon map update. These predictions would be reviewed by the Fire Behaviour Supervisor as a method of triaging fires that may require manual analysis. The RFS also utilised Phoenix Rapid Fire to prepare breakout scenario predictions. These maps, Your Honour, are hypothetical predictions of potential fire behaviour if the fire escapes at a specific location and are created by placing a series of ignition points outside the identified containment line of a fire to test where a fire could go if it broke out at a specific point in time. Dr. Marsden Smedley does not recommend use of Phoenix Rapid Fire due to it having a lower performance than vegetation-specific fire behaviour models. In addition, the relationship between different predictor factors such as wind speed, fuel moisture, fuel hazard contained within the Phoenix Rapid Fire product have not been published or documented. Turning to manual predictions, Your Honour, in preparing a manual prediction, fire behaviour analysts enter weather, fuel and topography information into a spreadsheet. The weather information includes temperature, relative humidity, wind speed, wind direction, and the drought factor sourced from the Bureau of Meteorology. The fuel is estimated either using local information and knowledge or alternatively using an RFS calculator, which has basic fuel information for the whole of the state of New South Wales. By preparing a manual prediction, the fire behaviour analyst can incorporate the current fire situation in an attempt to increase the reliability of the prediction, being an advantage over Phoenix Rapid Fire. Manual predictions are validated, Your Honour, using satellite imagery, line scans, radar, local knowledge, field observations and footage from aircraft. The predictions can be adjusted to incorporate additional inputs and extreme fire behaviour or fire behaviour exceeding the model inputs. Manual predictions are usually completed without accounting for fire suppression by crews and aircraft. Although fire spread can be slowed by suppression, fire behaviour analysts generally do not assume that suppression is occurring, as it is difficult to know exactly where and how effective the suppression effort might be. Coming now, if I may, Your Honour, to fire prediction models. In carrying out predictions, there are a number of different models that were available in the 2019-2020 bushfire season. Your Honour will hear throughout the course of the evidence today reference to the Macarthur Forest Fire Danger Meter, which has been in use in some form since about 1967. Your Honour will hear about the Project Vesta 1 model and the 10% rule of thumb. The expert witnesses offer differing opinions about the suitability of each of these models. Dr. Marsden Smedley is of the opinion that the Macarthur model provides poor predictions during high to extreme intensity fires. He suggests that a combination of the 10% rule of thumb in forests for rapid assessments and the use of Project Vesta 1 for comprehensive assessments would have been more appropriate for use by the RFS. The 10% rule of thumb, Your Honour, is a method that provides a rapid prediction of a forest fire's rate of spread by multiplying the wind speeds over 30 kilometres per hour by 10%. The research was first published in April of 2019 and was not operationally tested at the time of the 2019-2020 bushfire season. However, the RFS used the 10% rule of thumb occasionally during the 2019-2020 bushfire season, and it was found in those occasions to over-predict fire spread. Since the 2019-2020 bushfire season, the RFS has incorporated the 10% rule of thumb into training modules for fire behaviour analysts to provide a simple and rapid method of estimating the spread of forest fire as a secondary method. In terms of the Project Vesta 1 model, it is anticipated that the RFS experts will give evidence that it is not a better predictor of rate of spread than the methods employed by the RFS. In their report, David Field and Lawrence McCoy assert that Project Vesta 1 is not appropriate for fires which are not running fires or that are slowly building up. There is not, in their opinion, sufficient consumption of the shrub layer to produce an accurate prediction. Ultimately, Project Vesta 1 tends to over-predict the potential spread of a slow building fire. It is anticipated that the RFS experts will give evidence that when the Macarthur model is used dynamically by properly trained fire behaviour analysts, it is capable of producing accurate predictions and should remain as one of the tools available to analysts. The RFS does not support any recommendation against the use of the Macarthur model and Phoenix Rapid Fire model. Rather than prescribing a specific fire prediction model, it is anticipated that those experts will suggest that a broader view should be taken to optimise fire behaviour analyst workflows by providing a centralised system where analysts can prepare, disseminate and record predictions, significantly improving efficiencies by removing the need for them to administratively move data and products between operational systems. Your Honour, there have been two important developments to fire prediction modelling since the 2019-2020 bushfire season. They are, first, the development of the Vesta Mark II model by the CSIRO in partnership with the RFS, and the Spark fire behaviour prediction system. Spark has been designed to utilise and incorporate different fire behaviour modelling algorithms, including new models. Because Spark utilises an open framework, the models and equations used will be visible, which means that users will be able to see what assumptions have been made and will be able to assess whether the models and assumptions are appropriate for their use. However, Dr. Marsden-Smedley notes that in the current rollout of Spark, it is not planned to include the Vesta Mark II model, which he believes is a major shortcoming which needs to be rectified. Due to the nature and design of Spark, this, it seems to Dr. Marsden-Smedley, should be a quick and easy job. Dr. Marsden-Smedley recommends that the utility of the Vesta Mark II model be investigated and further recommends the operational implementation of Spark, noting the rollout was planned for late March or early April of this year. In response, the RFS experts have embraced these recommendations. The RFS has already recently commenced operational use of the Vesta Mark II model, has trained fire behaviour analysts in its use, and incorporated the model into its training modules since 2022. Further, Your Honour, the RFS has been involved in the development of Spark and began testing it last year sometime. It is understood that as the model is not yet operational, formal evaluations have not yet been completed. It is anticipated that Spark will be fully operational within 2 years. Coming now, Your Honour, to further areas of research and development. On 8 November 2019 and 30 to 31 December 2019, they were all days where the forecast was for days of high atmospheric instability at Kangawalla, Badger and Currawong, respectively. There is some agreement amongst the expert witnesses about the need to incorporate the influence of atmospheric instability into fire prediction. There are currently several measures available to measure atmospheric instability. The first, which I've already addressed Your Honour on, is the C. Haynes Index. It is a composite measure of atmospheric instability and dryness, with high values indicating the atmosphere is both dry and unstable. The C. Haynes Index is calculated from the temperature and humidity at 2 fixed heights in the atmosphere. The RFS notes that this is a serious limitation of the index, as conditions can change at other levels, which can have an effect on the stability, but may not be reflected in the C. Haynes Index. The second approach, Your Honour, is observing the atmosphere through an atmospheric sounding, a weather balloon. An atmospheric sounding is obtained by launching a weather balloon that measures the temperature dew point, pressure and wind speed through the atmosphere as it rises. The RFS has developed the capacity to deploy portable atmospheric soundings to look at upper atmospheric instability. It is agreed, it will be agreed, as I apprehend by the experts, that rather than analysts taking into account atmospheric instability subjectively in their predictions, a more objective and qualitative method of assessing atmospheric instability's effect on a fire should be developed. To this end, the RFS is currently trialling the pyrocumulonimbus firepower threshold tool. There is also agreement that further research and development is required into an objective model which assesses the likelihood of a fire transitioning from a smouldering phase to recommencing, actively spreading and potentially escaping or breaking out of established containment lines. Your Honour, it is anticipated that the court will receive evidence about what work could be done to develop that model throughout the course of today. Your Honour, that concludes my opening remarks. If it's convenient, Your Honour, I propose now to call Mr. David Phelp, who will be joining virtually, Your Honour.
Thank you, Mr. Castleton. Mr. Philp, can you see and hear us in the courtroom?
Yes, I can.
Thanks very much. We'll just hear from the court officer now.
Mr. Phelps, I'm going to swear you in. Do you wish to take the oath or the affirmation?
I'll take the affirmation, thank you.
Silence, please. Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please say I do.
I do.
Thank you, Mr. Philp. Mr. Harker.
Thank you, Your Honour. Mr. Philp, would you please state your full name?
David Murray Philp.
Your occupation?
I'm retired.
And I take it from that you don't have a current business address?
No, I don't. Other than my home.
But Mr. Philp, I apologise on the image that you're probably seeing. I don't appear to be looking at you. That's because one of our cameras here is down. So I'm looking at you in the court, but not through the camera. You've made a statement for the purposes of these proceedings dated the 28th of February 2023.
I did.
I understand that there are a number of changes that you'd like to make to that statement.
That's true, yes.
Is that the first change at paragraph 23 on page 5? And
So
which change?
Sorry?
I understand that you'd like to change it from about the 5th line down after dry sclerophyll forest.
That's correct.
And what would you like to insert there?
I want to insert the capital letters DSF in brackets, followed by also, comma, Northern Tablelands Dry DSF and New England DSF.
And then in the next line, do you also want to insert after having the words "an average"?
And average, that's correct.
And is there any further change you wanted to make to the dates in that sentence?
On the next line down, it talks about the recent fire history in the area in 2019. That needs to be changed to 2009.
Thank you.
And the reason for that is that I had subsequently reconstructed the predicted fuel layers that exist in the GIS system, and I've discovered that the layer that was supposedly current at the 3rd of September in 2019 did not include the fires that had occurred earlier in 2019. So it was actually showing higher fuel levels than would have actually existed in that area.
Okay, thank you. And you also want to make some changes to paragraph 28, I understand?
That's correct.
And that is in the 3rd line?
In the 3rd line, inserting a new sentence which says at 8 November 2019, the IMT was managing 15 fires, 6 of which were authorised as going, 2 authorised as being controlled, and 7 authorised as patrol.
And then do you also intend to change the list to identify which fires in the priority list were going, which ones were being controlled and which ones are on patrol?
That's correct. So after Liberation Trail, Muck Creek, going in brackets, after Wandsworth, it also in brackets going Gulf Road, followed by going in brackets again, Rowley's Gorge, in brackets as being controlled, Kangawalla, in brackets at patrol, Schultz Road, in brackets at patrol, Mount Street in brackets at Patrol, and Captain's Creek in brackets Patrol.
And the final change I understand you propose to make is to paragraph 30, is that right?
That's correct. So I've searched my email archive as far as I can. I've no reason to believe that it's not intact, and I cannot locate an email from Derek Gibb at that time. So I'm suggesting that the word email be replaced by icon, because that's the way I must have actually accessed that prediction.
Other than those changes that we've just run through, Mr. Philp, are there any other changes that you'd like to make to your statement?
No, there are no other changes that I want to make to that statement.
Thank you. Now, firstly, I just want to address your experience. You've been a fire behaviour analyst for, is it about 14 years?
Yes, I went through the course in 2011.
In 2011. And what did the course in 2011 entail?
It was a 5-day course run by Professor Kevin Tolhurst from Victoria. Basically going through the process of fire behaviour analysis, the models that can be used, the issues that are involved, discussion about matters over the type of weather effects that can impact upon a fire, basically the information that a fire behaviour analyst needs to be able to undertake predictions.
Which models did Dr. Tolhurst address in that training?
At that stage, he had a fire calculator that he prepared, which certainly contained 2 of the MacArthur models, which was the MacArthur Mark V, which is actually the metric version of MacArthur's work, and his what purported to be MacArthur's leaflet 80 model, which is designed for fire, prescribed burning fire, basically. It turns out that model, in fact, was one that he and Liam Fogarty in Victoria had actually developed themselves with experimental fires in the Wombat State Forest, and it actually showed prediction rates that were significantly below those of MacArthur's original leaflet 80 model.
Did the training address at all Project Vesta 1?
Yes, it included Project Vesta 1 as it was at that time, because that included the 2007 version that CSIRO produced, because the updated version going to using fire hazard rating wasn't published until 2012.
I appreciate it's some time ago, but do you recall how long in the training you spent on Project Vesta 1?
Probably about a half-day portion of the course.
And how long roughly on the other forms of the MacArthur model?
Probably around about the same sort of period of time.
Since that time, have you attended refresher training courses that were run by the RFS?
So I attend the workshop that's held every year, and I've attended that each year, either in person or virtually in more recent times.
How long does the workshop run each year?
At present, it's getting out to around 3 days. In the past, it was a shorter period, generally 2 days, but it's now at around 3 days.
Which was the most recent workshop that you attended?
The one in August 2022.
And in August 2022, which models were addressed in the training?
Basically, we had a closer look at Vesta Mark II, but we also run a series of exercises. So there were 2 or 3 exercises we run in which we're required to provide a prediction on those using the models that we see as appropriate.
So it's left to you as the fire behaviour analyst in the training to select which model you use in those simulations?
Yes, it is, and that's really a quite important part in the role for the analyst, is to judge from what they're aware of in the IMT, what they're aware of the fire ground, what you're aware of the weather conditions, making sure that you select an appropriate model and adjust that appropriate model to suit the specific situation.
In that training, if a particular fire behaviour analyst, and this is just hypothetical, isn't comfortable with Vesta such that they prefer to use MacArthur, is there any impetus in the training for them to be required to or encouraged to do simulations using, say, Vesta Mark 1 as opposed to MacArthur?
It's really in the post-assessment. So after the actual prediction is carried out, we go through the process of evaluating the predictions against what actually happened, because we can use particular actual events. And then there's the opportunity to discuss the reasons why somebody's prediction may not have matched what actually occurred. And that's the opportunity to discuss whether or not a model such as Vesta was appropriate, or whether using MacArthur is the more appropriate models.
Who runs these workshops, Mr. Philp?
Basically, senior analysts in the predictive services unit in headquarters.
Did you received an accreditation in fire behaviour analysis?
Yes, so I was accredited in the first year that was actually available in October of 2015.
What did the process to be accredited entail?
Basically, I've got to hold certain levels of qualifications. That was successful completion of the fire behaviour analyst course, that I had prepared 2 or 3 predictions, which I had then assessed as to their accuracy and why they did or didn't actually accurately predict what happened in the fire. Had to be able to explain my understanding of how fire suppression is undertaken. I had to have completed courses in conducting briefings and debriefings as part of that. And I had to hold qualifications for working in incident management teams.
In the process of accreditation, do you need to show proficiency in the use of different types of models?
Not specifically as it was in 2015. I'm not entirely sure what the more recent changes now involved in that exercise for accreditation.
Mr. Philp, are you involved in the provision of training at all to RFS officers in fire behaviour analysis?
I have presented a number of sessions for the workshops on fire behaviour prediction, but I also train people seeking an advanced firefighter qualification in wildfire behaviour in the more broader sense.
And in that training and your exposure to other members of the RFS in the workshop, do you have any feeling of which models other members of the RFS may be more comfortable with?
Basically, for firefighters in the field, the use of the MacArthur meter is actually the simpler model for them to use, because it's based around being able to measure fuel in the field, how many tonnes per hectare are actually on the ground and measures to determine what elevated and near surface fuel actually is. It's a much easier model for a firefighter to use, and it's more applicable to the sorts of fires which a firefighter is actually going to actually take offensive attack on the fire. By the time you get up into the stage where Vesta 1 or the Vesta model is being used, is that the fire intensities are such that firefighters are really driven back to either defensive protection of assets or just purely efforts to save life.
I'll address each of the relevant models in a moment. Just one final question in relation to your experience. A rough estimate, how many fires do you think that you've been involved in the prediction of? We've been hundreds or thousands?
I think the last time that question was asked at the last Coronial I attended, I said 250, and I would suggest today that that's well over 300 fires that I've done predictions on in my time.
So now in relation to the particular models, firstly, I'd just like to draw your attention to the MacArthur model, and in particular, the bare bones MacArthur model without any modifications that are made by the RFS. The MacArthur model is a manual prediction, is that right?
That's correct.
And it involves initially inserting information into a spreadsheet?
That's how I do it, yes. But there are other devices that enable people to do those calculations. There is an app. There was an app on the available on mobile phones that could be used. It's simply a matter of something that can handle the equations that Noble created from MacArthur's original work.
In terms of the pure unaltered model, what information do you put into that spreadsheet?
Basically information about temperature and humidity, which is a surrogate for the fuel moisture in the dead fuel. The wind speed, which is normally the wind speed measured at 10 metres above a surface. And that's used because that's the level at which the Bureau of Meteorology provides forecasts at. And MacArthur model in its raw form simply reduces that value by a factor of 3 to represent the wind speed that's occurring at the flame height down at the surface, which is nominally set at about 1.5 metres. Of course, there's the fuel component that goes into the model as well. The original
Sorry? If I may stop you there, and just in terms of the weather component. So you look at all those different components, wind, humidity, temperature, and do you combine those to produce a particular index figure or score?
Yes, they go into the model, and it produces what's called the Forest Fire Danger Index. Now, the Forest Fire Danger Index assumes that you're dealing with what I would call a standard MacArthur forest, which is a forest about 18 to 20 metres high. It has, if you reverse engineer the formulas, it suggests a fuel load of 16.7 tonnes of fuel per hectare. And it produces a number which represents the rate of spread of a fire measured in the measurement systems that MacArthur had back in the 1960s, which are chains per hour. And for those of you that are not familiar with the empirical system, that's you could say is cricket pitches per hour, and 50 cricket pitches makes up a kilometre.
So in terms of breaking that down, in terms of coming at the Forest Fire Danger Index figure, is there a particular equation that you apply?
Yes, there's an equation that Noble created out of MacArthur's nomographs, where MacArthur used a graphing system to display these things. You use one graph to create a number, which you transfer to the next graph, and in fact if I can't remember exactly, I think there are four of those graphs that made up his original model. And Noble went about the business of converting those into equations that we could then enter into calculators that were available back in 1980.
So you apply the equation, you get the forest fire danger index figure, and then the next step is to turn to fuel?
Yes, so you then multiply that number by the fuel loading to give the rate of spread. Now essentially it's a ratio of that 16.7 tonnes with the actual fuel load that it impacts upon that index number.
So in the pure MacArthur model, is there just one single fuel load number that is multiplied by the forest fire danger index?
That's correct.
And that's the 16.7 tonnes per hectare.
Well, that's the underlying fuel load in the actual index itself. To get the actual rate of spread, you've got to insert the actual fuel load in the area. Because what the MacArthur model does is that as you double the fuel load, it doubles the rate of spread. And that's been one of those arguments around where people have been concerned that the MacArthur model has a problem because you can't re-demonstrate that by artificially modifying fuel loads and getting the rates of spread to follow that curve line.
How would you determine the fuel load? Again, in a bare bones, raw MacArthur?
By visually looking at it, looking at the depth of fuel. So every 10 centimetres of fuel represents approximately 5 tonnes of fuel per hectare. So you can measure the depth of litter on the forest floor. You can then look at the extent to which there is elevated fuels. That's the trees and the shrubs, and make a somewhat subjective assessment of how dense that is, and you can then convert that into fuel loads in terms of tonnes per hectare.
If you can't go on site to view the fuel loads to form your own view, are there any other mechanisms you can use to get that information?
So there is a fuel calculator that we can use that's based on the time since the last fire through the area, which projects what the fuel load might be. And using some of the framework that exists within the Phoenix Rapid Fire model, the RFS produces a GIS layer that shows what the predicted fuel layer is from time to time, and that's in fact a layer that I used in looking at the Kangawalla fire in November, the 2nd of November.
Coming back again to the raw MacArthur model, that model's limited in anything beyond low, moderate fire danger days, isn't it?
So the issues with MacArthur basically was that he lit fires where the wind speed never actually exceeded 12 kilometres an hour. And he did that for obvious reasons, because he wasn't going to burn down Black Mountain in the ACT or destroy the forests in Cowan Forest and those areas. Those fires only ran for about up to a maximum of 1 hour to measure spreads. So it's fairly limited in that zone, and it really starts to get a bit difficult with that model once the rates of spread get up around about 1 kilometre an hour. I know that some of the other fire researchers think that it's at a much lower level than that, but from just simply experience of doing those predictions, I'm reasonably comfortable up to about 1 kilometre an hour from the MacArthur model.
That's with the raw MacArthur model.
That's with the Royal MacArthur model.
And as a consequence of those limitations, do the RFS apply particular modifications to the model?
Yes, they do. So the wind factor in the MacArthur model basically starts to underpredict rates of spread as you get into those stronger winds. I think it's somewhere around the 25 kilometres an hour. Others think it's a little bit lower than that value. But as you get to wind speeds above that, MacArthur begins to underpredict because of that component. So one of the ways of actually adjusting
Just
that,
maybe stopping there. You said underpredict because of the component. Is that you talking about the wind component?
it's the wind component that results in that underprediction. That's the view of Miguel Cruz when he wrote a paper jointly with AFAC back in 2005, evaluating fire spread models under Australian vegetation conditions.
How significant on average is the underprediction for wind speeds above 25 kilometres an hour?
When it gets up around the maximum, it's not surprisingly to have an underprediction by a factor of 3.
Now, I cut you off, Mr. Philp, before. You're going to address how the RFS modifies the model to address that.
So as the flame height in the forest area gets higher, it involves different levels of fuel. The opportunity exists to change that wind reduction factor on the 10-metre high wind. And so by the time you get a fire actually running in the crown of the trees, the fire's being exposed to a wind that's only probably got a wind reduction factor of around 1.5. And that is often used for predicting the rate of spread once the fire is actually perceived to have started crowning. The difficulty for the analyst is to make that judgment when has the fire actually started crowning. There's no magic rule around that allows you to say once it gets to these conditions, the fire's crowning. We would normally use something like a flame height that's 66% of the height of the trees to the top of the canopy as a sort of trigger point to start considering a switch to using a wind reduction factor of 1.5.
How would you determine when that particular trigger point is reached?
Just using the flame height calculation that comes out of the MacArthur model, which is based basically on work that was done by Byron in the United States.
And that calculator takes into account wind speed?
Yes, it does. It's built basically off the rate of spread of the fire in the MacArthur model. So using that wind reduction factor of 3 in the Royal MacArthur model.
Just note the time.
Oh, sorry.
If this is an appropriate time for you.
Yes, it is.
All right, we're just going to take the morning adjournment, Mr. Philp, and we'll be back at 12 o'clock.
Okay.
Please all stand. This Coroners Court
Mr. Philp, have we still got you?
Yes, you have.
Excellent. Yes, Mr. Haha.
Thank you, Your Honour. Mr. Philp, we were just addressing before the break the modification that's used to address the fact that the Bureau wind is taken at 10 metres and bringing that down to 2 or so metres above ground level. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Is that separate to the wind reduction factor?
No, that is the wind reduction factor.
And does the wind reduction factor, does that also take into account the type of vegetation?
It can do. So there are methodologies to calculate the wind reduction factor depending on the type of forest that you're dealing with.
And is that information available within the RFS?
Yes, it is.
In the information, I might bring up a particular image just for clarity's sake, which is a page, sorry, bear with me for a moment, 1131 of the Badger brief. We're just having an image displayed on the screen, Mr. Philp. When it comes up, I'll ask if you can see it. Further down, please. Keep going. 1151. Oh, sorry. Further down, please, Tom. That's it. So is that a sample of the kind of information for the wind reduction factor that applies to different forms of vegetation?
I can't clearly read that on the screen that I've got, but
perhaps if we zoom in.
Yeah, I do recognise that sheet, but that's a good example of ones where it's actually been spelled out in a table. But there is a formula, for example, that now goes with Vesta Mark II that helps you calculate that out also.
So in terms of MacArthur, you say for dry sclerophyll forest, open forest 13 to 19 metres, there's a wind reduction factor of 2.7. How do you apply that within the model? Actually,
we use it as a value of 3. That 2.7 is a number that was generated by Professor Tolhurst in Victoria.
Okay, so the factor of 3, how does that work into your calculations?
So that's just used to actually reduce the wind speed. So you divide the wind speed at 10 metres height by that wind reduction factor, and that's the wind speed used in the model.
And that will ultimately affect the forest fire danger index figure?
Yes, it will.
Thank you. In terms of fuel loads, are there any modifications made by RFS to the fuel loads that are put into the MacArthur model?
Right, so the MacArthur model includes a concept known as the drought factor. That drought factor is determined based on a methodology developed in the United States by Keach and Barham. That's the version which is used in New South Wales. It's the Keach-Barham index is basically a measure of the deficiency of moisture in the soil. Assumes that the top 300 millimetres of soil can absorb 200 millimetres of water, and the index itself is the deficiency of that. So if the thing is fully saturated, the KBDI is 0, and if it's completely dry, the KBDI is 200.
How would you go about determining on what part of the scale the vegetation lies?
In determining the Keach-Barham index?
Yes.
Well, basically, the way that model works is that it assumes that the annual rainfall in that area is a surrogate for the amount of evapotranspiration that can take place in the soil. That's the amount of water which the plants can extract out and the rate that it does it. And and the formulas basically worked out on a cumulative basis. So you determine the KBDI each day, and you calculate how much that's been reduced because of the amount of rainfall and the humidity as to how much that figure's been decreased. The Bureau of Meteorology calculated, and it's a computer-based model which nobody actually looks at, to be honest. They just produce that value, and they do it for each of the automatic weather station sites throughout New South Wales. Yeah.
And that value it's factored in the fuel part of the MacArthur.
It goes into a formula that calculates this thing called the drought factor. So the drought factor is actually used to determine how much of the total burnable fuel is available to actually burn. So you multiply the actual fuel load by the drought factor and divide it by 10 to get it into a percentage, because the drought factor goes from 1 to 10. And so you divide that number by 10 and you multiply that by the fuel load. And that's actually done in calculating the forest fire danger index in the initial stage.
So the fuel load is taken into account in determining the fire danger index?
Yes, the drought index is multiplied by that 16.7 tonnes that we were talking about previously. And it's it's really about a concept of allowing for the amount of energy the fire's got to use to dry out that topsoil layer and that immediate interface between the soil and the fuel lying on the ground. So it's a way of accounting for that absorbed energy that reduces the capacity of the fire to spread.
I'm going to show you another document now, Mr. Philp. Can we please bring up page 1118 of the Badger brief? This is taken from the FBAN handbook, and we'll zoom in so you can see it. Essentially, it's maximum fuel load estimates for different types of vegetation.
Yes.
So is this a modification that is made by the RFS to the fuel load input for MacArthur for different types of vegetation?
So those fuel loads that you've got in the list there are what are determined as the maximum probable fuel in an undisturbed forest. So that hasn't been subject to fire, which in the case of dry sclerophyll forest might be 25 years for it to finally max out to that figure. It'll get pretty close to it after 10 years. It'll change in a wet sclerophyll forest where that can be achieved in a shorter period of time because of the greater growth rate of vegetation and biomass in a wetter environment. But that particular table is looking at the total available fuel in those terms. You then have to decrease that fuel load in respect of the time since fire, and then that value that you get from that exercise is then decreased by the drought factor to account for this soil moisture component.
And that final figure that you reach, so taking the maximum figure, subtracting the time since the last fire, and the value of the drought factor index, does that leave you with a figure which replaces the 16.7 tonnes a hectare that's used in the raw MacArthur model?
No, because that drought, as I said, the drought factor is actually incorporated into calculating the forest fire danger index. So the forest fire danger index gets ultimately multiplied by a correction factor and the fuel load, and the correction factor is designed to account for that 16.7 tonnes per hectare that I mentioned before. And so that you just have to multiply the resulting number by the actual fuel load. So the fire danger index is multiplied by a factor and then multiplied by the fuel load that gives the rate of spread.
Is the correction factor constant or does it change
Yes,
from?
that correction factor is constant, and don't ask me for the number because I can't
No,
quite
no, I won't.
remember it off the top of my head, to be honest.
Do you know where it is located? Is it something recommended by the RFS and its FBAN handbook?
No, it's actually located in the formula for calculating rates of spread from the forest fire danger index.
Are you aware of how it was determined?
It's in the Excel spreadsheet.
Sorry,
Up and running to find it for you.
Are you aware of how the correction factor was developed?
Yes, it comes out of that experimental work of MacArthur's back in 1962, 63.
So, taking into account these modifications to the raw model that we've discussed, are there any limitations with the use of the MacArthur model, in your view?
I don't like using it once the conditions have got up into what's now currently defined as extreme fire behaviour. Very cautious about using it there.
Why is that?
Sorry?
Sorry, I cut you off to ask the question why, which I think you're about to go on and explain.
So I've used that model fairly extensively on the far south coast, and I regularly go back and re-look at predictions that I've done to see whether or not what I predicted actually represented what happened in the field. And I can take fires, for example, a quite severe fire known as Big Jack Mountain. I think the coroner actually looked at the Crewa fire, and Big Jack fire was actually to the south of that. It ran on a severe fire danger day, and I can calculate the rate of spread of that fire simply by adding 6 tonnes per hectare to the standard fuel models for that fire without making any corrections to the wind reduction factor.
So do you find in those extreme fire days that the modified MacArthur model tends to underpredict?
The underprediction really comes when the wind speed is becoming the very dominant element of MacArthur. MacArthur seems to work well if you've got a reasonable balance between the effect that wind is having in driving the fire and the effect of moisture and fuel load, but basically contributing not quite in equal portions, but are reasonably consistent. If there's a strong emphasis on the wind, MacArthur can very rapidly become inappropriate. Now, an example of that is the Yankees Gap fire that took place on the far south coast in August of 2018. The weather conditions and the forest fire danger index on that day was 20, and the fire actually ran as if the fire danger index was around 94. And it was because that fire was driven with very strong wind conditions under very dry but cold temperatures. And the MacArthur model just had no hope in the world. Even Vesta struggled to actually do a reasonable prediction on that day.
We'll come to Vesta in a moment. So you say it was a forest fire danger of 94 would need to be modelled to essentially model the ultimate result. Would that, in order to withdraw that, could that have ever been a foreseeable input, say, in relation to that fire for modelling it using the MacArthur model?
It certainly is now, of course, after the advantage of hindsight. But we had started to see a number of fires doing those sorts of runs previously, and I think fires like the Reedy Swamp Road fire, which impacted on Tathra earlier in that year. Previous to that, the gold mine road fire down at Yambala on the Victorian border on the far south coast made one of those sorts of runs under conditions that MacArthur would have significantly underpredicted the rate of spread. So it's a matter of building that up as experience and that being highlighted from the way that you're working inside an incident management team, bouncing it off other people in the team, giving you an indication that this is not a good time to use MacArthur.
So in respect of other models, when you have those high wind speed days, is Vesta a more preferable model to use?
Vesta is a model to look at. The problem, well, I mean, if you want to come to Vesta later, but
we can do it now.
Vesta has a number of problems and issues. You've got to recognise that it's actually a fairly restricted model. It's designed for use in dry sclerophyll forests that have a shrubby underlay. If the forest has actually got a grassy underlay, the Vesta model is not appropriate, and the Vesta research team identified that. The model was developed in Western Australia in Jarrah forests in an environment where it has a Mediterranean climate. And by that I mean it has cool, damp winters, but it has very hot, dry summers. And they deliberately did the trial times during the periods when the ground was very dry, that it hadn't been impacted by recent rain. That's not the picture that you get on the east coast of Australia. For the far south coast, for example, which I know quite well, we get dry, cool winters, and we get quite moist summers. We get most of our rainfall across the summer period rather than across the winter period. And also in Western Australia at that time that they were doing it back in the late 1990s and 2000, Western Australia was starting to suffer a significant reduction in overall rainfall. And basically my knowledge of that is due to the fact that I was involved at very senior levels in the Australian water industry and monitoring what was happening in Western Australia's rainfall and weather patterns.
Are there any modifications that are applied to the Vesta model to address the fact that it doesn't include the understory and that it's primarily modelled on dry sclerophyll forest?
There are no modifications for the raw Vesta model. An example of the need to modify it is in the new Australian Fire Danger Rating System, where a concept was introduced of using the MacArthur drought factor to limit both the fuel hazard rating and the total fuel load to get the Vesta model to downgrade the Vesta model so it gave realistic values of rates of spread for the purposes of determining a fire danger model.
In what circumstances would you use the raw Vesta model?
Use the raw Vesta model when I know that the drought factor is at around 10. So that is that in the principle of it, all of the fuel that's fine fuel is capable of burning. So I use it under those extremely dry conditions, and I prefer to use it once the wind speeds are starting to get up above the 25 kilometres an hour range.
And is that using the modifications that you can do by applying MacArthur to Vesta?
No, that concept has only come in the past year as in the development of the requirements for the new fire danger rating system.
In terms of when you apply the raw Vesta, that's also a manual model?
That's also a manual model.
It requires you to determine, is it a fuel hazard score?
So it's either determined as a fuel hazard score or a fuel hazard rating. I basically use the fuel hazard score because it allows me a continuous number from 0 up to 4, rather than going through the step phases that the fire hazard rating system provides. A fire hazard rating system goes through things like low, medium, high, very high, or extreme as the various categories, and there's no real grading in between those particular ratings.
How do you determine the fuel hazard score?
Basically from tables that are not dissimilar to the one that you just showed me previously, that sort of information can be calculated by various calculators, and that's basically how we use it. It's just that it's really quite difficult to go through a significant area of forest and actually evaluate what it is at the time that you're doing the prediction. Hopefully in the next few years, the use of LiDAR will actually be now proven to be able to quantify that sort of information a lot more readily, and we'll have a lot better models on these factors.
In terms of the tables, is that information ready available to you from within the RFS system?
Yes, it is for me, and that's I have actually purpose-built my own calculator, taking out the tables that fundamentally are contained within the Phoenix Rapid Fire one, and a model which the RFS had produced, which allows me simply to feed in the time since fire, the particular fuel category, which is one of 70 different types of fuels, to give me those values quickly, so that it speeds up the overall prediction that I'm doing.
Are there any gaps in the information available for Vesta on the RFS system?
I mean, the underlying problem is that it's really a theoretical concept. It has some field verification, but you can't be totally sure that that's what applies in a particular area. One of the critical things in the Vesta model is to determine what the near surface fuel height is, and often I actually have to crank that value down to a level I know is not likely to exist in the forest, just to get the rates of spread to something closer to what's actually occurring.
And have you developed that strategy from your experience, or is it something that you're taught through all the training with RFS?
I built a lot of this from my experience of doing over 300 fire predictions.
So throughout the documents, there's mention of sensitivity of the Vesta model to fuel hazard inputs.
Yep.
Would you agree that it's quite sensitive to those inputs?
It does. You can actually, if you go to the fuel hazard rating, if you change one rating, say from high to very high, the rate of spread can actually double in what's coming out of the model. So if you happen to be conservative and take it to very high, you can suddenly do very significant over predictions for the fire.
Can that result in variability of predictions depending upon the identity of the fire behaviour analyst?
Yes, it can.
Is that because there's no objective input specific data for the Vesta model in terms of fuel hazard score? You need to actually engage in some form of subjective assessment?
It's a subjective assessment of the hazard of the fuel itself. And it's an attempt to try and quantify the structure of the fuel. So open fuels burn much more rapidly than closed in damp fuels. You know, you can, if you like, the example is often light a pile of newspapers and it doesn't burn very well, but take those sheets and crumple them up and light them and it'll burn very rapidly. And so this hazard rating concept is to try and factor that element into the measurement of fuel.
In your experience, could more information be provided to limit that inconsistency between different analysts?
Yes, and that's basically where hopefully this research work that's being funded by Andrew Forrest's Menderuth Foundation using LIDAR, which is a vertical radar concept, to actually define those fuels a lot better. And the RFS is actively involved in investigation work in that exercise. We're doing the actual field fuel measurements to verify some of that LIDAR work.
So I might move on from Project Vesta, and I'll just ask you a very quick few questions in relation to the 10% rule of thumb.
Yep.
And is it correct that determines the rate of spread by taking the wind speed and then multiplying it by 10%?
That's correct.
So if it's a wind speed of 30 kilometres an hour, you've got a rate of spread of 3 kilometres an hour.
3 kilometres an hour.
And what's your experience about the accuracy of the use of that model?
It's an approximate calculation, very useful for an incident controller, knowing that it's a windy day, wind speeds above 30 kilometres an hour, that the ground is very dry, that is, the drought factor's up around 10, and an incident controller or an operations officer in an IMT can very quickly sum a number that gives them an idea of what the potential risk is. It's not a particularly good model for an F-band to use, but I will use it to give me another perspective on what possible rates of spread occur. And I think I spelled out in my statement how I used that for looking at the Clyde Mountain fire on the 30th of December 2019, and because of that combination and actual work with people in the IMT that were expressing concern about that day, we actually used it to predict the fire going into Bateman's Bay within about an hour of what it actually did, despite the fact that the weather forecast was totally incorrect.
Thanks, Mr. Philp. I might turn now to Kangarola, in particular a fire prediction that you did on the 2nd of November. I might have that brought up. It's at page 962, Kangarola brief. Have you got a copy of that in front of you?
Yes, that's on page 962 on my...
That's mine as well. Thank you. So this was a fire prediction that you carried out on the 2nd of November, is that right?
That's correct.
And is that to model potential breakout situation?
It's a potential, well, it's actually a potential continuation of the existing fire itself.
And at the time, the forecast, the time you did the model, the forecast on the 7th and 8th of November, was that of a high fire danger?
Was, I don't recall directly.
That's okay.
Without going back and looking at the data.
So I'll assume that it was a high fire danger and forecast maximum winds on the 7th or 8th of November of about 25 kilometres an hour. So in preparing this estimate, you used MacArthur?
Yes, I did.
Why did you choose to use MacArthur for this estimate?
Basically, I didn't think the conditions were extreme enough to actually use the Vesta model for that.
So as it
turns out, the fire didn't run at all anyway, so that's a massive over-prediction.
Well, I think you got close on the 8th, but that was for different reasons. If I can take you now to, I'll withdraw that. As I put to you before, the forecast when you did this estimate was about winds 25 kilometres an hour and high fire danger. as it transpired, the incident weather forecast for the 8th of November, which was issued in the afternoon of the 7th of November, so this is the day before the Kangawalla fire took a run, and I think the 8th of November was the first day that you returned back to Glen Innes, is that right?
That's correct.
So on the 7th of November, there were forecast wind gusts of up to 60 kilometres per hour from the west-northwest in the afternoon of the 8th of November. And there was a Sea Haines index in the afternoon ranging from 12 to 13.
That's correct. I didn't use that particular forecast. I used the numerical weather forecasts that were available from about 4 a.m. on the 8th of.
So now I'm just focusing now in terms of your estimate, your prediction on the 2nd of November. Had you known that, had that been the forecast for the 8th of November on the 2nd of November, so that there would be winds, gusts up to 60 kilometres per hour and a Sea Haines index of 12 to 13, would you, in preparing that prediction on the 2nd, have used a different model to the MacArthur?
Yes, I would have.
What model would you have used?
The Vesta model was the only other alternative model that was available at that time.
Why would you have used Vesta?
Basically because of the wind speeds we're starting to talk about. So we're talking about average wind speed, which is what's more critical for the F-band, that we're getting up in that 30, 35 kilometres an hour, which is an area I'd be very uncomfortable with MacArthur. The conditions were, drought factors were 10 or extremely close to 10 in that area, so the conditions were very dry, and it would suggest that Vesta might be a preferable model to use. MacArthur could be used provided that you're prepared to lower the wind reduction factor down to 1.5.
And would that have resulted in a more reliable or equally as reliable estimate as the use of the Vesta model?
I would have compared them. I think, as I recall doing some reconstructions recently, that 1.5 would have actually predicted a run further than the Vesta model would have predicted.
So on the, I cut you off when you said on the 8th you started and you reviewed the weather forecast in the Glen Innes numerical weather forecast.
Yes.
Is that right? Did you consider, when you reviewed the numerical forecast, revising your 2nd of November prediction?
I was heavily committed on other fires that were going. The IMT wanted information on other fires, and Kangawalla. I have to admit, Kangawalla wasn't on my radar.
So on the morning of the 8th of November, you had a discussion with the incident controller, Mark Williams, about particular priorities for prediction that day. Is that
Yes,
right?
That's correct.
Do you recall that conversation?
Not in detail, no.
Was it the conversation, in the conversation, was it you and incident controller, Mr. Williams, determining together what the priorities were, or was Mr. Williams just telling you what the priorities were?
No, that's a joint discussion between the pair of us as to what needs to be done. Because he's taking basically my fire behaviour knowledge as to how that might also influence what might need to be given attention during the day.
And ultimately, that process led to the list of 9 fires, which we referred to when taking you through your statement earlier this morning.
That's correct.
I think Kangawalla was the 6th of 9 priority fires.
Yes.
So what factors did you and Mr. Williams take into account in determining that priority?
So we're looking at what the overall conditions for the day. So it's worth remembering that the that the area forecast for the Northern Tablelands on that day was severe. There was a potential that up to 7% of that district could be subject to extreme fire conditions for anything upwards of 5 hours, depending on which particular pixel that they were assessing those conditions in. So by that I mean that the forecasts come out on a 6 kilometre by 6 kilometre pixel, and the fire danger ratings are determined for each of those pixels. When they exceed 10% of the given area, that value is then used to determine the fire rating for the district.
Did you take into account in forming the list of priorities any likely difficulties there would be in communication with particular communities if a certain fire blew up?
No, that's not really in the scope of what I do as a fire behaviour analyst.
Would you accept that, say, to take a community such as Waitalaba, won't you assume that it is a community which lives in large part off-grid, and as a consequence there may be difficulties in communicating any warnings to that community about a fire? Would you accept in those circumstances there would be a strong interest in a prediction being prepared so that warnings could be put out in advance if the community was to be affected?
I agree to that in the context that, or with the caveat that the previous day on the 7th was also quite a bad fire danger day, and Kangawalla had stayed within the box. It didn't decide to get out and make a run on that particular day. And given that we had some other critical gut-running fires, of course, the attention was dragged to that. If we go and we look at the lead up to that period, one of the things that's now notable is that the Phoenix prediction that was referred to in the opening remarks this morning was not available to myself, and it was not available to members of the IMT. If we look at the incident action plan that was prepared that night for Kangawalla, it still contains the prediction that I prepared on the 2nd of November. Now, in the scheme of things, I would expect that somebody in that intervening period would have carried out a further prediction on what Kangawalla might be capable of doing as we got closer to that time, knowing that the weather conditions were clearly worsening as we got, the forecast was worsening as we got close to it. And had that prediction of the 6th of November been available, that would have been an incentive, at least for me, to bring Kangawalla up on my radar and at least have done some very approximate assessments of what it could do and make sure that the public liaison officer was aware of those concerns. But being that the 8th was the first day that I came in, was unfortunate in those terms, and certainly there was nothing to stimulate Matt Geiger's attention, who was the F-band that was on that fire on the 7th of November.
So ultimately, when you say it would have been preferable if a further prediction had been carried out in the days leading up to the 8th of November, that should have been done at the level of the MIT?
You know, it would be preferable that it was done at the IMT. I mean, they had a slack, well, it's not truly a slack period, but fire conditions in the days leading up to those two particular days on the 7th and 8th were not particularly severe fire danger days, and they certainly would have pulled back the pressure on the F-band to take time to actually look a bit further at Kangawalla.
So in those days with a slightly lower fire danger and lower activity, there's the opportunity for some forward planning to essentially do predictions in advance for what may happen on those days of higher fire danger.
Yes, I mean, that's one of the functional roles of a fire behaviour analyst in the IMT.
Is that common?
Certainly common for me.
And just coming back to the initial discussion with the incident controller about priorities, do you think it would assist if in that discussion in future the public liaison officer is also present, so you can be made aware of if there are any communities where they may be difficult in communicating?
Quite often that is actually the case. I mean, I would normally attend a morning briefing that would be held around about 9 a.m. in the morning, and with all of the other functional heads. I mean, theoretically, I'm supposed to work to the planning officer in the IMT, but invariably I find myself working directly to the incident controller, and when he has his briefing sessions for all of his section heads, I'm often told that I'm required to attend those meetings and provide an outline picture of what the weather for the day is going to be and any concerns I might have about particular fires that are under the management of that IMT.
Is in that meeting when priorities are usually set for prediction?
If that becomes necessary for us to actually refer those to get some assistance out of state operation, more often than not, during, if we're not dealing with 15 fires on a particular IMT and we've only got one or two that are going, if I suddenly find myself at a point where I can't deal with those things, I'll contact state operations and seek some assistance if they have it available.
And you referred to before to the Phoenix rapid fire map, which was shown to the court before.
Yes.
When you're working in an IMT, do you often see Phoenix rapid fire assessments prepared by State Command?
Some reasonably regularly. I mean, I've seen them on fires, but I suppose in a number of those cases, I'm the one that's actually requested the Phoenix breakout to be prepared for the fire because I'm trying to build longer term strategies to see where resources help advise the planning officer and the operations officer on where resources might be placed to get the maximum benefit.
But in this case, you wouldn't have known to request that because you didn't know that it existed.
That's correct.
Are there any mechanisms that you can think of which would assist in information such as that being made available to you within the IMT?
I would have expected that it was posted up in ICON as an attached document in ICON.
Even if, sorry, you continue, Mr.
That way, all of us within the IMT know about the existence of that prediction.
So I think did you listen to the opening address of Mr. Castleton, Mr. Phil?
Yes, I did.
And did you hear in that discussion about Phoenix being used as a triage tool?
Yes, I did.
Is assuming that these two maps were automated as a triage tool, would you still expect them to be provided to the IMT, given it shows a potential impact on a community like Waitalba?
So if we talk about it in the current context, in this past fire season that we've had, the RFS have produced a new app or program which is called Athena. And Athena allows one of those triage type Phoenix predictions to be produced. It's available directly to the incident controller. It's available to me. I have a specific login to it. And part of my role now in the IMT is to be able to look at that Phoenix prediction and advise the incident controller and the planning officer that I think it's a valid prediction, or that basically we ought to go out and do another manual prediction or a more carefully prepared Phoenix prediction. These automated predictions don't properly take into account the discontinuities, and they assume often a point ignition in determining the model. It can do it from the actual perimeter. And point ignitions in Phoenix can be troublesome, particularly if you lay down the point in the middle of a road and surprise, surprise, the fire doesn't go anywhere.
So in terms of going back to what occurred on the 8th of November, where are you seated within the IMT?
Within the planning cell in the IMT.
Do you, in the course of preparing your predictions, consult with other members within the IMT?
I certainly go out and get a situational awareness. So I'll go and talk to any available person in the operations section to get a picture of what's happening on the fire that I'm looking at. I'll talk to the planning officer about his expectations of what he plans for the next shifts and what's actually happening in planning for containment lines on the fire, because I need to know where they're going to be and as to be able to provide advice as to whether a containment line is appropriate or not, or that the fire's likely to come at it so hard that the fire will just run straight over the containment line. But it's also to identify the needs of the other personnel in the IMT from the protection.
Would you routinely be provided with updates about what's happening on the fire ground?
Sometimes from the situation officer in the planning section, if he or she's had time to actually come and give me a briefing on that. But mostly it's on my part to go out into the IMT and go and find out what's actually happening. Those things that I specifically looking for data.
Certainly. Mr. Philp, do you have a copy of your log from the 8th of November 2019?
Yes, I do. I understand that it's already been entered into.
It is, for those in the courtroom, I'm going to take Mr. Philp to page 819.
I have my original here anyway, so that's all right.
Thank you. Mr. Philp, can you please turn to the entry at 3:18 p.m. on the 8th of November?
Yes.
And does that read under name or call sign Derek?
That's correct, Derek Gibb.
Derek Gibb, and Mr. Gibb was working in State Command that day?
That's what I understand.
And it says heads up on Muck Creek.
Yep, so I think he'd been doing a prediction on Muck Creek.
And then doing some work on Kangawalla.
Yep, so he's basically indicating that he's about to start work on Kangawalla.
So did you ask Mr. Gibb to start work on Kangawalla, or did Mr. Gibb tell you that he was starting?
There's actually nothing that would have triggered me to do it at that time.
So you hadn't been told within the IMT that the Kangawalla fire had broken containment lines?
No, I hadn't. And if we look at the timings, that's only a few minutes after that call that was played this morning from the captain of Bull Knob Brigade.
Yeah, Mr. Donnelly, do you recall at any time that afternoon being made aware of the phone call from Mr. Donnelly?
Not from Mr. Donnelly, but just the notes that are contained in the attached documents to ICON. And that's not, it says that they're investigating, I think it was 15:30 that there was a note in the attached documents that said they were investigating whether there was fire, and it wasn't until 16:13, I think, that there was something that indicated that it had broken out and run into the Man River Nature Reserve.
That's right. Mr. Philp, your memory of times is quite astounding. I think you've hit the nail on the head with both of those.
Let's not work over the weekend, I'm afraid.
So the source of your information about what is going on in respect of the Kangarola fire is taken from ICON.
Often from ICON, but if I see something in ICON, I'm certainly going to go out and try and find out a bit more information about it. But I suspect that Kangarola was not up on my radar at that time.
After 3:18 p.m, did you have any other discussions with Mr. Gibb about his prediction for the Kangarola fire?
Well, he would have he briefed me on his rapid prediction.
But there was no contact in between when Mr. Gibb told you he's starting work on the Kangarola fire and when he tells you he's finished the rapid appreciation?
No, there wasn't.
And when Mr. Gibb provided you with his rapid appreciation, he gave you a telephone call?
Yes, he did.
Did he?
Yes, he did give me a call on that one.
In that telephone call, did he tell you what he relied upon in preparing the rapid prediction?
No, it was just that the prediction was available, that it was located on ICON, and I basically then printed out copies of that, looked at it myself to decide whether I felt I was comfortable or not with it. There was extreme doubt as to where the starting point for the prediction was, so there is actually nothing in the evidence I can find that suggests how you determine where the fire was to start the prediction. So I just had to run with that and make sure that it got to the planning officer, the operations officer, and to the IC, and I believe I would have given a copy to the public liaison officer, but I can't be sure.
When State Command is assisting you with predictions as what occurred on the 8th, is State Command sourcing information about the fire directly from the IMT, or are you the conduit between the IMT and the fire behaviour analysts at State Command?
I understand that I'm to be the conduit for that particular data and advise the analyst of what I know about the fire or what I can find out about the fire, depending on the questions that they may raise in being briefed on it. Otherwise, they get information out of ICON, or they use systems that are available to themselves. So they have access to the infrared Himawari data, which there's an update on every 10 minutes on the Himawari satellite, and they can look at things like the radar plots to see whether or not the fire's sticking its head up far enough that the radar is now starting to detect it, and measure some intensities based on that information.
On that afternoon, so you're acting as the conduit, no information was passed to you from within the IMT about phone calls or reports from the fire ground about what was happening in respect of the Kangarola fire?
That's correct.
Your Honour, just note the time. I won't be very much longer with Mr. Philp. I understand my friend may have some questions, so now might be a convenient time. Oh, I just need to talk to him about this badger. Could be 10 minutes. Be about 10 minutes, Your Honour.
Take the adjournment. We're just going to adjourn now until 2 o'clock. Mr. Bill, can you see and hear us?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
Mr. Philp, I won't be too much longer. I'd now like to turn briefly to the predictions that you did for the Badger fire.
Yes.
In particular, one prediction, which is at 1:53 p.m. on the 29th of January using the Phoenix model.
Yes.
And then you prepared another one at 3:52 p.m. Using a combined model. Do you recall that one? It's at page 971 of the brief. So when you speak of using a combined model, which models did you deploy in preparing that prediction?
Leaflet 80, MacArthur Mark 5 and Vesta.
And is that the method, withdraw that, how do you go about combining the multiple models?
Well, the predictions are based on basically hourly isochrones. So you project the fire forward each hour and you use the model that is appropriate for the weather conditions at that bit and fuel at that particular stage.
So for 1 hour you may use MacArthur, and then the next hour you'll use Vesta?
That's correct.
And have you seen the reports of Dr. Marsden Smedley?
Sorry, could you repeat that question?
Have you seen the reports of Dr. Marsden Smedley prepared for these proceedings?
I have.
And Mr. Marsden Smedley makes the point that the predicted spread of the Badger fire was 14 kilometres and ultimately it spread to 44 kilometres. And he opines that part of the reason for that discrepancy could be because of failure to take account of atmospheric instability. What do you say in response to that?
Okay, so the first element in the Martin Smedley report is that the timings are not correct. The fire ran on the early morning of the 31st of December, not on the dates that he specifies in one of his reports. So I have some difficulties about what he's actually extracting out. The thing that you have to be careful about with the Badger fire is that in reality, we don't know how the fire actually spread. We know where it impacted, and we know that the incident management mapping basically just connects the dots. If you look at the map that was produced from in the fire progression mapping, you'll notice that it's sort of got a trouser leg appearance to it, and it's literally somebody joining dots from reports in the field or 000 calls. And what we don't know is what is spot fire and what's actually the fire front. So until you know, the models predict where the fire front is likely to be, not where the spot fires are going to be. And so it's very likely that the actual fire progression on that night was only at the rate of around about 3 kilometres an hour. And that the rest of the fire that spread was an end result of spot fires spitting out from various ridges as the fire crossed the ridges as it came down into the valley.
Do any of the particular models have built into them a mechanism for predicting spotting?
They give an indication of how far a spot fire might occur, but the difficulty with spot fires is that if we talk about the medium range spot fire, which is the models basically predict, is that often those fires are overwhelmed by the main fire itself. And if we look at what actually happened on the Badger fire, at around about 4:30 in the morning, I've actually got a video of a major spot fire on that, probably 4 kilometres in front of the main front, actually being drawn back to the main fire against the general direction of the wind. It was actually being pulled back to the west and not actually running out to the east.
You mentioned about models and what models take into account spot fires. Is it the MacArthur?
They don't actually, well, MacArthur takes into account some very short distance spotting, as we believe that the Vesta model does. That's spotting running about 400 to 500 metres in front of the fire itself, and it's what helps progress the fire more rapidly across the landscape.
What about any longer than 400 to 500 metres?
Sorry, could you ask that again? I spoke over the top of you.
No, sorry. How do you go about predicting spotting where it's likely to be more than 400 to 500 metres?
So there is a model built inside Vesta and inside MacArthur that calculates a probable spotting distance up 5 or 6 kilometres. But it doesn't pick up, for example, the very long distance spotting from candlebark, which can wind itself into a bit of a spiral tube, and the fire gets into it, and it'll actually continue to burn for 40 minutes and spot anything upwards of 30 kilometres downwind of the actual fire itself.
And do you say that is that latter form of spotting, which may be the reason why the badger prediction was far out from what occurred?
Yes, I believe that that's a principal factor in it, and there's some evidence from past fires on the far south coast that suggests that sort of mechanism happens. There was a fire back in 1968 that came down out of an area very close to where the badger fire actually ignited. This time around, the fire got to a place called Numbugger Walls to the west of Bega, and it took 1 hour to actually get out to the coast at a distance of 35 kilometres. Now, the only way that it could have done that is by long distance spotting.
Are you aware of any models or mechanisms to predict that kind of long distance spotting?
I'm not sure whether that's incorporated in the new model that the Bureau of Meteorology have developed. Jeff Keppert has developed a model which is now going to be incorporated into the Spark model. We believe that I believe it's in the release that's supposed to happen in the next couple of weeks or the next month. But I haven't had a chance to evaluate that, of course.
You're right, no further questions.
Thank you. There may be some other questions, Mr. Phil. Mr. Free.
No questions, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Phil, for your assistance. You are excused. Thank you, sir.
I call Derek Gibb.
Mr. Gibb.
Gibb's in court today.
Silence, please. Do solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please say I do.
I do.
Thank you, Mr. Gibb. Have a seat.
Mr. Gibb, would you please state your full name?
Derek Gibb.
Your occupation?
Hazmat and counter-terrorism team member, Fire and Rescue New South Wales.
And your business address?
1 Distribution Drive, Orchard Hills.
And you've prepared 2 statements for the purposes of these proceedings?
Yes.
The first dated the 24th of February 2023?
Yes.
Are there any changes that you would like to make to that statement?
No changes.
And the second statement, is that dated the 22nd of March 2023?
Yeah, correct.
Are there any changes that you'd like to make to that statement?
No changes.
How long have you been working in fire prediction?
Since 2018.
Is that with the RFS or Fire and Rescue New South Wales, or both?
Initially with the Rural Fire Service in 2018 on secondment, and continued periodically since then.
You're in court for the evidence of Mr. Philp beforehand. Did you go through the same training with the RFS as Mr. Philp alluded to?
I think it would be pretty similar. perhaps some updates or over the years, but the major content, assuming, would be similar.
Have you done further training with Fire and Rescue New South Wales?
No.
So in your job with Fire and Rescue New South Wales, you said counter-terrorism, do you have any role in fire prediction for Fire and Rescue?
Case by case, presently acting bushfire officer, developing training, so leaning into the FBN space, but as an organisation we don't do this particular role.
And so you first started with the RFS in 2018. How many bushfire seasons have you worked as a fire behaviour analyst with the RFS?
About 3.
The first one, 2018, 2019, and then you heard I asked a series of questions to Mr. Philp about particular models. So we looked at Vesta, MacArthur, the rule of thumb. Were you present for all of that evidence? Is there anything that you would like to add to what Mr. Philp said about how those models operate?
No, I think he's done a very comprehensive overview of it. There's nothing that I can add to it.
You generally agree with what he said about some of the limitations of those models?
Yes.
Now, turning to the 8th of November in Kangawalla, so that day you prepared a rapid appreciation prediction and a best estimate prediction.
Yes.
Are you able to explain what's involved in a rapid appreciation prediction?
Yeah, a rapid appreciation, speeding up the process, looking at like your weather download from the bomb, taking into account some of the fuel factors, and then putting it through your model, but not spending a great amount of time analysing the landscape, just expediting the process.
And how do you expedite the process? What do you cut out doing?
So instead of really drilling into the landscape itself, just whatever the model is suggesting, you just apply that to your map and to the landscape.
So there's less, would it be fair to say there's less validation of, say, fuel scores on the ground?
To a degree, yes.
Yeah. And what does a best estimate prediction involve?
So, yeah, just spending more time considering the landscape. What are the fuel loads? Any fire history, obstructions, which include roads, creeks, topography, for example, uphill runs, which may facilitate spotting, and spending more time detailing what David Philp was saying, drawing those isochrones on there, just being a bit more detailed in those as you can.
When will you carry out a rapid appreciation as opposed to a best estimate?
When directed to do so.
So, and when directed to do so, that's from your supervisor within State Command?
Yes.
How long will it usually take you to prepare a rapid appreciation? I think you say in your statement 15 to 30 minutes.
On average, about 15 to 30 minutes.
Turning to Kangawalla, do you have a copy of your log?
Yes, I do.
We can bring it up on the screen if it would assist. It starts at page 88. 888. Sorry,
Did you just repeat that?
888.
Thanks.
There were too many eights for me to cope with. So that afternoon, you're asked to look at the Kangawalla fire. And who asked you to look at the Kangawalla fire?
Simon Heemstra.
And that was, can you go to the next page, please? That was at 3:20.
That's correct.
And what did Simon Heemstra tell you when he instructed you to look at Kangawalla?
Don't recall the specifics of the conversation, other than that he would like me to do a prediction on that fire.
He directed
a rapid appreciation and follow it up with a best estimate.
Were you told about whether the prediction was urgent?
Given that it was asked to do a rapid appreciation, there was an assumption that there was a degree of urgency, yes.
And did you speak with David Philp within the IMT?
According to the log, 5 minutes later, I had a conversation with David.
When you had a conversation with Mr. Philp, did he tell you anything about the conditions on the ground in Kangaroa?
I don't recall the details of the conversation.
And you commenced working, is this the entry at 3:25? Is this a record your notes of a telephone call with DP David Philp?
Correct.
And it says, told about breakout Mark Creek, and then you're looking at Kangawalla, and there's a series of letters and numbers which look like a foreign language to me. Are you able to explain, run through the entry and explain what each means?
Yep, so 1525 to David Philp, talking to him about Muck Creek. I think that was another fire, so doing a briefing to him on that one. I think I had commenced looking into Muck Creek, and then I was diverted away from Muck Creek onto Kangawalla by Simon. The negative 2971, that's just a coordinates, the location of the fire. And then looking at the fuel, DSF, dry sclerophyll forest. And then those numbers underneath it, surface is S, so 12 tonnes per hectare. Elevated 2, which means 2 tonnes per hectare. B is bark and C is canopy. WRF, wind reduction factor. That's a total fuel load, 16. Reference to the spotting potential is high. And then repeating the same process probably for another part of the landscape, given that there was a fire history element to this. And I noted there that fire history was very important to this.
So these are you recording your workings?
Yeah.
So this is not a recording of the conversation you're having with Mr. Philp?
Correct. Yeah, the conversation with David would have finished prior to this.
Very quickly. Yeah. And when you were, so ultimately you commenced work at 3:25 and you finished according to the next entry, your rapid appreciation at 4:30. Why did it take you an hour and 5 minutes?
I can't recall exactly, other than making comments about a conversation with Mr. Philp that could have taken up some time, and also being a bit more complicated with the fire history, just delays in doing that also, and the extent of the fire when I commenced the prediction was uncertain. So spending some time trying to work out where that fire edge actually was difficult.
How did you go about trying to find out where the fire edge was?
So you look at line scan intel, if there was any. I can't recall if there was. The icon log, looking through for any entries that someone has put in there, which may indicate where the fire line is. Or back calculating based on what my model outputs would be, which I believe that's what I did.
I might take you, in fairness to you, through a few things. Firstly, I want you to assume that the first line scan taken on that day was after 6 p.m. because all aircraft were grounded. So if that's correct, you'd say in those circumstances it's unlikely you would have looked at a line scan. We'll also have shown a copy of the intelligence log now, which will come up on the screen in front of you, which I understand is taken from ICON. See a copy of that in front of you. If we could zoom in to the 8th. You'll see an entry at 9:30 a.m, which is the first on the 8th. So no resources allocated. Can't see the full version, but it seems to be that nothing's really anticipated. Then the next entry is at 3:36. Ball Knob has undertaken patrol and investigated an active fire, crew getting to work, situation report to follow. And the next entry is at 4:13, which appears to recall the content of a telephone call that had been made at 3:15 by Grant Donnelly, the captain of the Bald Knob Brigade. Does this jot your memory about the extent of the information that you had when you were preparing your rapid? Is this the limited amount of the information that you got in terms of what was going on the ground?
Yeah, it's very limited.
Did you have any contact with the IMT at all about the situation on the ground? So no information was conveyed to you by Mr. Philp or anyone else within the IMT about where the fire was or other reports?
Not that I recall.
I appreciate that in those circumstances you're probably working in a difficult situation, but how hard was it then for you to prepare an accurate prediction given the information that you had?
Yeah, given the amount of uncertainty, difficult. So did our best, or I did my best estimate that I could, given what I had at the time.
The IMT received a series of telephone calls from Mr. Donnelly and other members of the RFS in relation to the Kangawalla fire between 3:15 and 4:30. Would it have been useful for you to complete your role to have had access to those recordings?
Yes.
Would you expect that information to be provided to you?
Would I expect it to be provided to him? I'm unsure about that.
So, for instance, did you hear the recordings that were played in court earlier today? We heard a report about the fire approaching Tommy's Rock. So that gives a geographical location of the potential location of the fire at that period in time. Would that kind of information be important for you to be able to carry out an accurate prediction?
Would it help? Yes. Trying to apply information like that onto a map and find it on your map. And is that a spot fire? Is that the main fire? That's all open to interpretation. So I would probably consider it. How much confidence I would have in using it, case by case.
And what would you take into account in determining whether or not to use it or not?
Is there anything to validate it? For example, photos, video, multiple sources confirming the same thing.
If the report, say, from a captain of an RFS brigade, would you regard that information as being more reliable than, say, a report from a member of the public?
Yes.
If you have a report from multiple members of an RFS brigade, would you then regard that as even more reliable?
Yes.
So in circumstances where there are multiple reports from several members in the RFS about the positioning of the fire, do you feel that that's information that you should be given to enable you to carry out your role of predicting to the best of your ability?
Yes.
Now, turning now to the particular predictions that you carried out. Oh, sorry, I'll withdraw that. So at 4:30 p.m, you completed your rapid prediction. What's the process once you complete it? You provide that to your supervisor?
Yep, provide it to the supervisor, talk them through any sort of key points, my rationale for any major decisions through it, talk through the key points, which are on that top left-hand corner of the prediction map, to check whether that's sending enough information to the end user. They would concur or not concur. I'd have the opportunity to redo a part of it if there was any disagreement, but if there wasn't, it would be signed off and dispatched.
Do you recall that conversation you had with Mr. Heemstra today?
Not in any detail, no.
Would you usually discuss the limitations to the information that you have available to you to carry out your prediction?
Sorry, what was that?
Would you usually discuss, for instance, gaps in information that you have about the current position of the fire?
Yeah, absolutely.
And in your practice, would that ever lead to you going out and seeking more information from, say, the IMT for the current location of the fire?
If there was ample time, yes. Under those circumstances, no. And probably the best course of action would be just communicate that uncertainty.
When you were preparing your rapid appreciation, were you aware that there had been a Phoenix model run 2 days prior for the Kangaroo Fire?
Don't recall.
Do you recall seeing in court this morning a Phoenix model for the Kangaroo Fire? Was that the first time you'd seen it?
Sometimes since I've looked at these, it didn't look familiar.
So when you carry out a prediction, is it common or uncommon for you to be provided, say when you're doing a manual prediction with an earlier Phoenix prediction for the same fire?
It would be uncommon to be provided it. That's based on not skewing the analyst's opinion towards what the Phoenix was saying, to try and keep it independent of each other.
Yeah, like a confirmation bias.
Confirmation bias.
Turning now to the particular predictions that you carried out, you identify potential spotting at 4 to 7 p.m. I'll just get the page number. It's at page 891 of the brief, Your Honour.
Thank you.
So that identifies. Have you got a copy of that in front of you? And so, just above the 1900 number, there's a dot with 2 brackets around it. That's to identify potential spotting.
Yes.
How did you go about modelling spot that far in advance of the fire?
I don't recall the specifics of this incident. You're asking in general terms or this particular one?
Oh, well, if you can't remember in this specific instance, what about in general terms?
In general terms, look where the landscape is favourable towards spotting, i.e. uphill runs, wind-exposed ridgetops, in fuel that is prone to spotting, at the peak of the day when winds are at their highest, and then using the modelled spotting distance to plot where it is most likely to occur.
And that is using the MacArthur model?
In this instance, yes.
And did you hear the evidence of Mr. Philp before that about 6.5 kilometres is the limit of what you can model in the MacArthur model?
In terms of spotting distance?
Spotting distance, yeah. And you agree with that? So here, would you say that, I think you note 6.5 kilometres spotting, you're working on the outer edges of the MacArthur model's ability?
I can't comment on what the model can or can't do in terms of spotting distance. I don't recall.
Is there any particular reason why you chose the MacArthur model to carry out these predictions?
Yes, I had used it previously on the very first Kangaroo prediction in late October. I was able to validate that with line scan imagery, and I found it to work quite well. So when this one came up in the same fuel types, I didn't have enough reason to deviate from what I'd used before and had worked before.
Do you work with the Vesta model often?
Not as often as MacArthur, no.
Have you been trained in the Vesta model? Is your preference to use MacArthur?
It covers more conditions, so yes. And it's simpler to use. You can obtain the information to use it quicker, easier, and particularly when you're under extreme stress and workload. It's easier to use.
So do you tend to use MacArthur also in days of extreme fire danger and high wind?
Given it has the ability to be adapted, yes.
And so if information that's required for Project Vesta was more readily available to you, like with MacArthur, would you be more inclined to use that more often?
Likely, yes.
Is there any suggestions that you think could be made for improvements in order to make that information more available to you?
If everything you needed for the model was available from a single source, so for example, the MacArthur using the FBAM page, which was a great resource, I could get everything I needed for the MacArthur model from that page. Whereas to use the Vesta model, some of those inputs for the model were not available from that one. I had to go to the forest and fuel land dynamics calculator, I believe that's what it's called, to get others. And then again, another source to get there's a few others, the elevated fuel height, and there was one other element I can't just recall off the top of my head. I need to refer to my statement.
Is the difficulty in getting the information easily and quickly, is that the main impediment to you using Vesta?
And also confidence in its accuracy. As Mr. Phillips said, there's a degree of subjectivity to fuel hazard scores, and I wasn't aware of any good method of validating that. I was many hundreds of kilometres from the incident. I had never been there in my life. Satellite imagery shows you a picture of the canopy. Google Maps shows you a roadside view. It's not at the quality that I could use. Getting someone in the incident management team to drive out there is logistically impossible.
So, is there scope for instance, more research to find out the state of fuel throughout the state?
Yes.
Do you think that would assist you?
Yes.
I'm not going to keep you for much longer, Mr. Gibb. Mr. Philp had a much longer time. But you said before, you provided the rapid appreciation to Dr. Heemstra, and then you talked through it. How long would that process of approval of a rapid appreciation usually take?
Within 5 minutes.
So in this case, did you provide the rapid appreciation to Dr. Heemstra as soon as you completed it at 4:30?
Yes, I would have.
It wasn't uploaded to ICON until about 4:49 p.m. Why that period of time?
Mr. Heemstra was likely busy as well, tending to other analysts, providing advice to anyone in that inner circle, commissioners, things like that. Also to then scan that document was a 20-metre walk around to the corner at the time, and then waiting for it to be into your email account, and then downloading it, renaming it, and uploading it to ICON just took a bit of time.
Do you think that process could be streamlined in any way?
Perhaps.
Do you have any suggestions of how it could, or any ideas?
Off the top of my head.
Yeah, I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Gray.
Just one question. Mr. Gibb, if you're in the course of preparing one of those fire predictions and you're trying to find out information which might be available to the IMT, where would you look for that?
What type of information?
Well, is there a process by which information which the IMT might have gathered about a fire is entered into a system or is otherwise available to you?
It's just ICON, as far as I'm aware.
Okay. So
yeah, or if you're working within the IMT, you can simply go and talk to them. But working in state operations, just ICON, or I'd have to phone call them to ask.
All right. Thank you. Nothing further. Thank you, Your Honour.
Thanks very much, Mr. Gibb. You're excused. Thank you. Mr. Castleton.
Your Honour, there are 4 experts which I'd like to call now to give their evidence concurrently. Could I ask firstly if Dr. Jonathan Marston Smedley could come forward, followed by David Field, Lawrence McCoy and Dr. Simon Heemstra, please. Whilst they're coming forward to Your Honour's witness box, I do hope that before each of the experts there are copies of Dr. Marston Smedley's reports together with the New South Wales Rural Fire Service reporting reply, and also copies of the RFS Fire Behavioural Analyst Handbook, if those copies could be made available to the witnesses. I'm told they are.
Silence, please. Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please say I do.
I do.
Have a seat.
Thank you.
Please, Mr. Marston Smedley.
Silence, please. Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please say I do.
I do.
Thank you. Have a seat, please, Mr. Field.
Silence, please. Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please say I do. I do.
Have a seat, please, Mr. McCoy.
Silence, please. Do you solemnly, sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please say I do. I do.
Have a seat. Thank you, Mr. Hamstra.
Gentlemen, thank you. I apologise for the lack of room. It's a little bit cosy in a post-COVID world. What I propose to do is to ask you each to state your full name, your present occupation and your business or professional address, and then I'll go through each of you to do that, and then I'll return to you firstly, Dr. Marsden-Smedley, and if you could just outline very briefly your education, training and experience in relation to behavioural, bushfire behavioural prediction analyst, and if each of you could also do that. Her Honour does have before her copies of curriculum vitae and also in relation to Mr. Field and Mr. McCoy, your statements which sets out some of your experience, but it won't hurt to get a brief snapshot this afternoon as to that experience. So, Dr. Marsden-Smedley, if you could please state your full name.
Jonathan Basil Marsden-Smedley. I am a semi-retired consultant in bushfire and weed management. My address is 41 Avon Road, South Hobart in Tasmania.
Mr. Field.
My name is David Julian Field. My business address is 5 Murray Rose, Sydney Olympic Park, Murray Rose Avenue, I apologise. And in terms of background, I've been a fire behaviour analyst for approximately 8 years. My current job title is Acting Manager of Predictive Services, Your Honour.
Thank you, Mr. Field. Mr. McCoy.
Lawrence William McCoy. Sorry, my place of business, Murray Rose Avenue, Sydney Olympic Park.
Present occupation.
Acting Director, Community Risk of the New South Wales Rural Fire Service.
And a brief synopsis, please, of your experience in relation to bushfire behaviour analysis.
I've been a member of the Rural Fire Service since about 2000, a staff member since 2001, during which time I have undertaken a series of training, and including the Fire Behaviour Analyst course. I've undertaken many roles within the Rural Fire Service, worked within incident management teams as a planning officer and a level 2 incident controller. I've been an air attack supervisor and been a fire behaviour analyst since 2010.
And Dr. Heemstra.
So Simon Peter Heemstra, I'm the Director for National Projects and Innovation at AFAC. Our business address is 340 Albert Street, Melbourne. My experience with fire behaviour, I suppose, started back in 1994-95. Did an honours thesis and then a PhD looking at aspects of fire behaviour and modelling. I've been a volunteer firefighter since 1994. Worked for the Rural Fire Service for nearly 20 years. Helped establish the predictive services capability within the Rural Fire Service, and have witnessed hundreds of fires and supervised and managed the fire predictive capability through New South Wales over that period.
Dr. Heemstra, you provided a statement in relation to matters before Her Honour dated the 14th of March this year. Do you have a copy of that statement with you?
Yes.
Are there any matters that require any correction? Mr. McCoy, you've also provided a statement in relation to the matters before Her Honour. Do you have a copy of that statement with you?
I do.
And are there any matters that you wish to correct in any way?
In paragraph 30,
yes.
There's a small correction.
And what is that?
We deployed 26 portable automatic weather stations.
Thank you. And the time period remains the same. Mr. McCoy, you're a joint joint author with Mr Field in relation to what I'll call the reply report to Dr Marsden Smedley's primary report. Can you indicate what sections you authored in relation to that report?
So I had general oversight of the report and working with the team set the direction and tone with the team. In terms of authoring, I provided general edits to that report as well and reviewed that report, provided feedback to the team.
Was the primary author of that report Mr Field?
That's correct.
Mr Field, are there any corrections that you wish to make to that reply report?
No.
I take it you otherwise adhere to the opinions expressed throughout. Dr Marsden Smedley, you've prepared 3 reports in relation to the matters before Her Honour. The first is a report dated the 22nd of December 2022.
Yes.
Do you have a copy of that with you?
Yes.
Your second report dated more recently the 27th of March 2023.
Yes.
And third and final report the 31st of March 2023.
Yes.
Is it fair to say that there were some errors contained within your primary report, your first report, in part because you were not provided with particular information to undertake particular calculations in relation to fire prediction?
That is a large part, but I also did make a couple of errors as well.
And were some of those errors in relation to statistical errors?
That's right.
Any others that you can identify?
Not that I'm aware of.
And in relation to the information that was provided to you more recently that wasn't provided to you for the preparation of your first report, can you accept from me that that was an error on behalf of those who instruct me and not on behalf of the New South Wales RFS?
Understood.
Now, having done 2 reports since your primary report, can I just ask you in very short compass, having been provided with additional information and having done some recalculations, what conclusions did you reach in relation to the reliability of the manual fire prediction models for Kangawalla for the period of 8 November 2019?
The predictions made on that for the 8th of November were fairly close to the mapped fire spread by the RFS over that few hours from between when the predictions were made and when the fire actually impacted those areas.
And did you, as part of your calculations, apply a number of different models to look at predicted rate of spread with actual rate of spread?
I attempted to make comparisons using an unadjusted MacArthur, an adjusted MacArthur, using the adjustments that I thought were that the fire behaviour analysts had done. I also did, in my latest report, Project Vesta 1 fuel hazard score, also fuel hazard rating, the 10% rule of thumb, and I've made an attempt at using Project Vesta 2 as well.
And of those comparative models that you used, and based on your inputs and your calculation, did you form a view as to which was more accurate or more reliable in terms of prediction as opposed to the actual progression of the fire?
In my opinion, the one that gave the best result was the Project Vesta 1 fuel hazard rating model.
And in relation to that manual fire prediction that was prepared for the 8th of November 2019, did it over-predict or under-predict compared to your comparative analysis?
My memory is it was actually fairly close, and it was only a very minor over-prediction.
And in terms of the differential between your calculations for the Project Vesta 1 model vis-a-vis the MacArthur model, what percentage differential are we looking at? Do you remember?
I'd have to check my figures, but I think the MacArthur one was by my estimation, the MacArthur adjusted was, I'd have to check, but I think it's about 50% under. No, MacArthur adjusted was also reasonably close from memory. I'd have to check my figures though.
All right. Well, if you have your figures handy, please do that, and I'll move to you if I may, Mr. Field, while that's occurring. In the short time available since Dr. Marsden-Smedley has produced his second and third reports, have you had an opportunity to interrogate his assumptions and his calculations?
I have, yes.
And do you agree with his conclusions in relation to Kangawalla or not?
My opinion is in John Marsden-Smedley's third report, he shows that the best predictor of rate of spread is the fuel hazard rating implementation of VESTA Mark 1. However, my opinion is that we did not have access to that implementation of that model. So my understanding is in report 2, Dr. Marsden-Smedley introduces the idea that he has adjusted essentially equation 10, which is the VESTA.
From equation 9 to equation 10?
Sorry, no, he's actually...
In terms of the fuel hazard score, or...?
He's adjusted, as I understand, the way the inputs are put into equation 10, which would be the fuel hazard rating version of that calculation. And he's changed that to a continuous numerical scale as opposed to like an explicit kind of verbal scale that David Philp referred to as extreme or very high. And that's not a method that we had available at the time.
You couldn't verify that calculation because you don't run that numerical
We don't
score.
implement equation 10 in that way. That's correct. And I was not aware prior to this process of it being implemented in that way.
Apart from that matter, Mr. Field, do you agree with the conclusion that the MacArthur model that was used for the manual prediction on the 8th of November was relatively reliable compared to the actual progression of the fire for that day?
I would suggest that our implementation of the MacArthur model was relatively accurate to what happened on the day. So that is the adjustments that are being made in the fire behaviour handbook.
And when you're referring to adjustments, are you referring to the wind reduction factor, which we've heard some evidence about today from Mr. Field?
That's correct.
And was there any other adjustments?
Yes.
And what's the other one?
Sorry to cut you off. The fire behaviour analyst handbook indicates that fuel loadings can be adjusted up to also, account for more fuel strata being involved in the fire, as it is sort of a crowns or it's a full fuel strata fire, basically.
Dr. Marsden-Smedley, have you had an opportunity to look at your calculations?
That's correct.
And what's your position having done that now?
That my predictions using the VESTA fuel hazard rating is pretty similar to the adjusted MacArthur, using the assumptions that I understood the RFS fire behaviour analyst had done. And the other point I would make is that the way I use the equations in equation 10 of the Project VESTA 1 fuel hazard rating model is exactly as instructed by Jim Gould. I don't make any modification to that part of the model. It's how it was published in the refereed paper.
We've just heard now from Mr. Field some limitations in relation to the RFS and the application of Project VESTA Model 1. Do you wish to respond to that evidence?
Yes. My experience with using the Project VESTA 1 model is that when you first encounter both fuel hazard score and fuel hazard rating, they appear to be extremely complex. However, with only pretty limited training, and in my experience for training experienced fire people, it's no more than half a day's training. For university students that are not fire experienced, it's not much more. And when you do that, you can very quickly and consistently produce estimates of fuel hazard rating. The system becomes actually quite simple and consistent. But if you don't do that training, yes, it tends to give highly inconsistent and variable results.
I might come to you, if I may, on that topic, Dr. Heemstra. Having been a fire behaviour analyst for many years and having been the head of the Predictive Services Unit within the New South Wales RFS, based on your time within the New South Wales RFS, have you sensed a reluctance by newly qualified or trained fire behaviour analysts to apply the Project Vesta Model 1?
I wouldn't say reluctance, and I think probably if we can just take a step back, as far as understanding the Vesta model and how we can apply it operationally, the RFS did a lot of due diligence as far as how can this be implemented with reliability and confidence. And so we engaged the University of Wollongong through a series of projects looking at how we can build better fuel models to understand to predict the fuel inputs that we put into the different models, but also how the different models performed. And particularly with the Vesta model and understanding those inputs and the visual assessments, we had independent work done through the University of Wollongong, looking at a range of observers who had been trained and actually trained by the people who developed the model. And we found a high degree of inconsistency of how those observations were occurring. Now, the landscape can be...
Just pausing there, is that because of the subjective evaluation that the operator has to bring to bear to the task?
Yes, exactly. So, because landscape can be heterogeneous, and particularly where you're looking in the landscape and what judgment you make as far as what hazard level you determine that vegetation has, you can be two classes out. And one of the challenges with the Vesta model is that it is very sensitive to some of the fuel inputs that you put in there, and so you can have a widely varied result as far as your output. And so we had a lot of concerns about the confidence of how this could be applied operationally. After an event, once you know what the fire's done, there's an opportunity to subjectively come up with your fuel loads, and you can get quite an accurate use of the Vesta model. But in a predictive sense, under operational conditions, with that sensitivity that sits within the Vesta model and the uncertainty that sits with the fuel inputs, we had concerns about the application. It wasn't saying we didn't want to use it, and that for quite a lot of predictions we would use Vesta, but it would be one of the tools in our toolbox, and understanding the limitations that sat there.
Dr. Marsden-Smedley, do you agree with the comment in relation to the sensitivity of Project Vesta 1?
I've had a lot less experience with the fuel hazard score system of Vesta 1 than I have with the fuel hazard rating version. And certainly the first time I tried to do fuel hazard assessment, I had that problem. And all I did was do a hierarchy of how I did the assessments. I started out by looking at the percentage of dead fuel, estimating that. And then when I had done that, I then looked at the continuity and then the cover and height of the fuel. And so I made my first assessment based on percentage of dead fuel, and then I modified that according to how continuity, height and cover varied. And as soon as I did that, the system became highly consistent. And when I've taught that to other people, including people with very little fire experience, I've had the same result. So I believe that the issues with fuel hazard assessment can be brought down primarily to training. And in that training, it's really, really critical that the trainer has been standardised and that they've done a lot of assessments and then physically measured the fuel so that when they say that's a 30% dead or 50% dead, those are reliable estimates. So they can then pass on that information to the trainee. And that, in my opinion, removes most of the inconsistencies. And when you do that, you don't get that two categories out. And remember, in the Project Vesta 1 fuel hazard score system, it's only got 4 levels. So if you're 2 out, yes, you will get big variance in your predictions. But I might also add that the way the MacArthur model is used, they're relying on the sensitivity of MacArthur to variation in fuel load in exactly the same way. So it's actually not a lot different, that sensitivity problem.
Mr McCoy, you've heard what your colleagues have said. Is training a simple cure to concerns around sensitivity or confidence within the operator?
No, I don't believe it's the answer. It may be part of the answer, but in an operational setting, there are constraints around time and distance. And to send people out into the field to gather this information, to have the reliability that we would want to have to apply this model more often than we do, would be a very difficult thing to achieve, or it could be a dangerous thing to achieve.
Dr. Marsden-Smedley.
My understanding is that the University of Wollongong fuel research that was done was developing models for predicting the inputs from time since fire, which removes the necessity to go out in front of the fire and collect the information, in exactly the same way as you're using those same time since fire models to predict the fuel load for input into the MacArthur model.
Mr Field, the collaboration between New South Wales RFS and the University of Wollongong has produced a data set, I take it in relation to fuel load, and that is a data set for fuel across the state of New South Wales?
That is correct.
Is that data set readily available to fire behaviour analysts within the New South Wales RFS?
As readily available as a data set can be, yes.
Is it as easy to access that fuel load information similar to the calculator that's the MacArthur vegetation calculator that I think we heard some evidence from this morning?
There are essentially similar things. So the calculator itself is the kind of process that would sit behind the data layer that you're discussing. Yeah, they sort of could be used more easily for different purposes. One focuses on a particular part of the landscape and the other resolves the whole of the landscape in the way you're discussing.
When I say readily accessible, it's really at the click of a button and you could access that majority. You have to go searching for it.
Oh, well, so I guess it is a relatively heavy GIS layer or geospatial layer that's stored in our organisational geospatial systems. And so that is available to the analysts and they can query that. That's certainly true. But yeah, it's not, everything's not all put in one place for them. They do have to go making reference to things like ICON. They do have to look at other systems and this GIS system, yes.
And Dr. Henshaw, I just wanted to come back to your involvement on the 8th of November. You were the fire behavioural analyst supervisor, correct? You've set out in your statement briefly a snapshot of what was really occurring on that day and the days leading up to the 8th of November in terms of the number of fires that were burning across the state. Do you have a memory today of the 8th of November, or do they all blend into one?
It was 7 months of fire operations. Yeah, they do blend.
Were you present when I opened the case study this morning? Did you see on the screen some Phoenix rapid fire predictions? And were they automated ones to which you've spoken about in your statement?
No. So we had a fire behaviour supervisor module that had just recently been developed. It was the prototype we were testing during the season, and that was an automated system and would run all new ignitions and also existing fires every morning and rerun them to just give us an indication of how big the fires could get. There was inaccuracies with how it went, and sometimes the disruption layer would stop fires. It might have actually got a lot bigger. Other times the fuel inputs might not have been right. So it was a thing to be used with caution. But so that was the automated system we used. We also had Phoenix operators, and so under direction they would look at certain fires and run a Phoenix prediction for those.
On the 6th of November, there were 2 Phoenix rapid fire predictions done for Kangawalla. And the second of those indicated a potential breakout scenario where Waitalaba was shown as being impacted by the fire in 11 to 15 simulations. Do you agree with that, firstly?
Yes, the Phoenix run was done.
Now, that was generated on the 6th of November. Do you know whether those predictions were provided to the IMT at Glen Innes for Kangawalla?
It's not my recollection. The general process that we used, and particularly with concerns of the accuracy of how the Phoenix model worked, is there was a divide between the manual analyst and the Phoenix operator, and we wanted to avoid confirmation bias, and so often we would look at the Phoenix runs. If you're a manual analyst, and this would be the supervisor's role, and you saw there was good concurrence, it would give you greater confidence in the conversation you were having with the IMT. If there was a difference, it would be a prompt to start asking questions. And so often, why have we got difference? Did you consider these things? What introduction factor did you use? Have you looked at fire history? And so that you would have that conversation with the fire behaviour analyst. Generally, as a rule of thumb, 9 times out of 10, the manual analyst would be beating the Phoenix plot. And so that was the product we were using as part of the conversations most often with IMTs. And that's often why the FBANs didn't see the Phoenix plot until after they'd finished the prediction. I mean, we did over 3,000 manual analysis over the season. We did over 1,500 Phoenix plots. Like, there were a lot done over the season. And potentially some of them didn't get sent through to IMTs.
That was going to be my next question. Would you have had an expectation at the time that there would have been a manual prediction done in circumstances where Phoenix Rapid Fire is showing a potential breakout scenario where the community of Waitalaba could be impacted by fire?
It would depend. So there's specifics in hindsight with this fire, but as a rule, there was a process of with our capacity with fire behaviour analysts that we had to work on fires of triaging during the day. And so in the morning, the supervisor, which generally was me, would look at what intelligence we had from fire behaviour over the night, what the fire behaviour supervisor might say, talking to the state duty officer, also the major incident coordinators, from their discussions with the IMTs. You'd come up with a prioritised list of what you'd be looking at during the day, and you couldn't look at everything. Some of the big fires, you might have 4 fire behaviour analysts just looking at a single fire because it was just too big, and you'd have to look at different sections. And so there'd be bigger risk, and we'd focus on those ones. And a lot of fires you wouldn't get to. And if there were contained fires, and particularly if you'd had a bad day and then and another one, and the fire hadn't broken out, you may not look at it. So there was a lot of judgments that were being made as far as the resourcing available. And so you'd set your program in the morning, and then as things develop during the day, you may reprioritise things. New fires might appear, or an existing fire might break out. And so it was quite a dynamic situation based on the needs and the risk assessment you'd do at the time.
Would it be fair to say if one was to step back and to ignore the context of what was going on at the time in November of 2019, but let's assume there's just one fire and it's Kangawalla and no other fires, would that raise ordinarily someone's index of suspicion that perhaps a manual fire prediction should be done?
Potentially, yes, yeah. And if you had no other fire, well, then we'd be looking at that fire definitely. It's hard to recollect exactly there. And I know we had a significant day without the fire breaking out, and based on other discussions, other priorities may have been put into different fires to look at for the day.
And ordinarily, again, ignoring the context of what was occurring around the state on the 8th, but if there was just one fire, would the task of undertaking a manual prediction fall with the FBAN at the local IMT level, or would it be done within state command in terms of standard operating practice?
So the FBAN in the IMT has the best local information. And so particularly the evidence that Derek gave earlier, it can be often hard to get that information from the state side of things, but we didn't have enough FBANs to put into IMTs or to every IMT. The other thing is that when you've got an FBAN in an IMT, they can actually get very busy briefing, and actually it becomes...
By that you mean briefing the incident controller or operations manager or whoever it may be?
Yes, and so and they can also have many fires within their IMT that they're looking at as well. And so at a state level, you provide that support to them by producing the products that they can then brief to. And I mean, if we had enough FBANs to have them in IMTs, and probably multiple FBANs in IMTs, that it's best, the closer you are to the fire, the better information you have. But this is just how you manage the resourcing we had at the time to get the best products we could.
And do you have a recollection now of your involvement in relation to Kangawalla on the 8th of November and tasking manual predictions to Mr. Gibb or not?
Not specifically. So, I mean, during the day as the supervisor, I'd be tasking and prioritising FBANs as far as the work that they did. There's working with and briefing within state operations and working with the Bureau of Meteorology and understanding forecasting, but also you would be monitoring the intelligence you've got available. So sitting in the centre of the room, you'd be looking at what's coming up in ICON, you'd be watching the Himawari satellite feeds, looking at the radar, looking at the line scans that are coming in. So there's a whole lot of intelligence that comes in during the day, and based on that intelligence, you may reprioritise what people are doing. And so not remembering specifically, but there would have been one of those triggers that came to me to say Kangawalla was something we need to look at. And that's where I went to Derek and reprioritised his work. And it could have been from satellite imagery, or it might have been from intelligence, from just a conversation with the major incident coordinator or the state ops coordinator. And that's where we would have gone and looked at that fire.
I might come back to you, Dr. Marsden-Smedley, and move now to the Badger fire. Did you do some recalculations more recently in relation to the reliability of the fire predictions for Badger?
Yes, I have.
And what were your conclusions that you reached based on your recalculation?
Based on my recalculation particularly on the critical day, now...
Just pausing there, are you talking that period 30 to 31 December 2019?
Now, I will acknowledge there is some uncertainty because the map files that I was provided with were not tagged with the time of day. So I had a lot of trouble working out exactly when the mapped RFS fires, what time they referred to. In some cases, I was able to work it out by overlaying it on other maps and seeing where they lined up. So...
And do I take it that's responsive to what Mr. Phillips said in relation to not quite understanding your timings in relation to Badger?
That's where some uncertainty, I think, has come from.
Yes.
And I could well have misidentified some of those. I don't know. Without having a properly tagged map file, it's a bit hard to say.
Right. Coming back to my initial question, what were your conclusions in relation to your calculations in relation to the reliability of those predictions, having regard to the different models that you've utilised?
By my calculation, the model that did the best, again, was the implementation of Project Vesta 1 fuel hazard rating. But another point that's been made was that there's not a lot of samples, not a lot of data points, which makes it a bit uncertain. But by my calculation, the Project Vesta 1 fuel hazard rating produced the best predictions, but even it under-predicted on that fire.
And by what measure did it under-predict?
It was approximately, it was at least 50%. And the point made by the name's got, yes, David Philp, about the mixture of spotting and headfire is actually quite plausible.
How do you account for that under prediction if you assume that it was predicted to run or rate of spread of 13 kilometres per hour and it was in fact 44? How does one account for that differential?
I would account for that for the extreme levels of atmospheric instability resulting in the heat of the fires and the atmospheric and the topography, the rough topography there, bringing the high altitude air down to the surface so that the effective wind speed was considerably above the Bureau of Meteorology predicted surface wind speed. And that means that the fire was actually experiencing a higher wind speed than what the fire weather forecast had made, and also a higher wind speed than nearby automatic weather stations were recording.
Thank you. Mr. Field, have you had an opportunity to interrogate those new calculations that Dr. Marsden-Smedley has done recently?
Not in terms of their accuracy, but I'd be happy to kind of talk to the broad sentiment that Dr. Marsden-Smedley just brought up there. Yeah, we're of a similar opinion, where it does appear that you know, the Badger fire nocturnally experienced significantly different weather from what was in the incident weather forecast. It's our opinion that it's not, you know, necessarily purely related to stability, if you like it's more of a fire atmosphere interaction is how we might describe it. So there has been work done through the Bushfire Natural Hazard CRC with the Bureau of Meteorology. And they've used their fire-coupled atmosphere model to demonstrate similar things to what Dr. Marsden-Smedley is talking about, where the fire is actually able to change the weather in that location at that particular time.
Dr. Heemstra, atmospheric instability has been raised. It's a regular topic in these types of forums. You had involvement in the Wombalong fire, as did Dr. Marsden-Smedley. Obviously, the 2019-2020 bushfire season, there were a number of pyrocumulus events created by particular fires. In terms of ongoing research and development in relation to measuring atmospheric instability and how that may interplay with fire prediction, what's the current state of play at the moment?
So it still is a very challenging area. There's a lot of things we know, and there's a lot of things we still need to know. The Rural Fire Service has invested quite significantly into understanding that better, and the only agency in Australia that actually deploys weather balloons. So we have a mobile weather balloon capability. We deployed nearly 100 weather balloons during that fire season. The weather balloons give us the very good observational understanding of what the atmospheric stability and potential is, and you can get an idea of the likelihood of a fire developing a pyroconvective capability, but also a whole lot of other things that happen with the upper atmosphere. And if you've got dry slots, or you've got shear winds, or what sort of winds could mix down, there's a huge richness of information you get out of the observations. There is also modelled aerological diagrams as well, and we were using that quite a lot during the season. The science is not precise in understanding how big a fire do you need to be, or what needs to happen with a fire to become pyroconvective. We had a lot of fires during that season go pyroconvective. There are triggers. So what we really look at, and particularly in the morning briefing, we will through state ops and also through down into the incident management teams, we'll say, here are days where we think there's high levels of instability and potential for pyroconvective behaviour. We'll watch fire development during the day, and then we'll be watching the satellite imagery and radar to see whether the fire has actually developed a pyroconvection. But then understanding specifically what's that going to do to winds, what's it going to do to fire behaviour. There's a lot of work that we still need to do there. But we do know if it starts mixing, you're going to start seeing a lot stronger winds. You know, you can end up with microbursts and downdrafts, but where they happen on the fire, we don't know yet. And so that a lot of that high resolution modelling of weather dynamics and that interaction, that fire atmosphere interaction, we really need to do a lot more work into the future to understand. Generally, what we take is the precautionary approach, though. If we do see these sort of events, once we see these events developing, we put out safety messages and warnings to the community and as well as to the people operating on the fire ground. So we're on the way, but there's still
work in progress
done in this space. Yeah.
Mr. McCoy, in terms of the training for fire behaviour analysts, what significance, if any, is attached to the continuous Haynes index when looking at fire prediction modelling?
So that is part of our training, and we train our fire behaviour analysts in the fire weather 2 qualification, and so they get an understanding of continuous Haynes through that qualification. But we provide training over and above continuous Haynes. It's a relatively coarse measure for stability, and so as Dr. Heemstra has mentioned, we look at these aerological diagrams and we train our F-bands to interpret these aerological diagrams because they're a much finer instrument to understand how a fire might interact with the atmosphere.
Mr. Field, do you want to add to anything that you've heard from either Mr. McCoy or Dr. Heemstra on atmospheric instability and how it can be factored into a prediction?
Well, I suppose the Badger event, if it is how we understand it, is a good example where, you know, potentially the exact layers of the atmosphere need to be viewed in such a high resolution as an atmospheric sounding or an atmospheric QT log P diagram, such as Lawrence was referring to there, because you potentially had, you know, some sort of inversion form around the rest of the landscape, which is why it shut off from the winds, and the winds were seen as quite light in other parts of the landscape, but immediately above the fire it was clearly able to thwart that part of the atmosphere, if that makes sense, in a fairly discrete kind of way.
Dr. Marsden-Smedley, you've written in your reports about atmospheric instability. You've heard from your colleagues. Is there anything you wish to say on that topic?
I don't think we can also dispute the possibility that on that event there was actually more than just one fire burning, and it could have been the combined power of how many fires? 6 or 7? Is that right? That were simultaneously and in reasonably close proximity burning, that actually did result in the atmosphere effectively turning over and bringing those, almost certainly bringing those high wind speeds and very dry air down. And as regards predicting that with the information that was available to the RFS in the 2019-20 summer, it would have been extremely difficult. But all you could say really in those times, I would have thought, would be there was a potential that you could get a major coupling with that level of instability.
I want to move now to Project Vesta 2. Mr. McCoy, that's part of the suite, is it not, within the RFS F-band arsenal?
It is. So the Rural Fire Service actually commissioned the research to build the Vesta 2 model. And so that research looked at expanding the range of applicability of the Vesta model and also looked at simplifying the fuel inputs that go into that fuel model. So we worked with CSIRO to help undertake that research. We provided case studies and worked with CSIRO to evaluate that research as well. And since having undertaken that work, we have since implemented that system into our training, the National Fire Behaviour Analyst Training course, as well as training our own F-bands in our annual workshops using that model. And we are looking at, as you say, as part of our suite of models that we would use in undertaking fire behaviour analysis, but also looking to the future in building data sets to help generate that model as well. And as Mr. Philp mentioned, we've partnered with the Minderoo Foundation looking at building structural fuel models, and it was investigating whether we could do this recently so that we can look to the future of our fire behaviour models like Vesta Mark II and Spark and have better information going into those models. And Still need to say that there's a lot of work that needs to be done, but that exploratory work has been very valuable in, I guess, progressing and innovating in the way we gather this data.
What are some of the advantages to the Vesta Model Mark II compared to the Project Vesta 1?
Like I mentioned, the simplified fuel inputs. And so the fuel inputs into Vesta Mark II relate to specific measures of some of the fuel types, like the near surface fuel height and the elevated fuel height, as opposed to coming up with ratings. So that simplifies the model as well. And as I mentioned, expanding the range of applicability. So we're able to apply it to a broader range of, I guess, weather that might influence a fire.
Dr. Marsden-Smedley, have you had any involvement with Project Vesta 2 in the practical sense?
Only in the sense that I have made up an implementation of Project Vesta 2 using Tasmanian fuel inputs and making those inputs those available that will be available to a fire behaviour analyst under bushfire conditions. So in other words, pulling back the specific fuel inputs to predicted fuel inputs based on time since fire, and also predictions of the forest canopy and forest height, which are required for the lower levels of fire behaviour in Vesta 2 to modify the wind field. But of course, once the fire becomes a high intensity fire in the Project Vesta 2 model, it greatly simplifies, and it comes down to purely the fuel moisture and the wind speed. So you no longer need that detailed information for a high intensity fire prediction.
Do you see it as a potentially good model in terms of the reliability of its predictions?
I've only done limited testing of it so far, but I would have to say that its predictions appeared to be remarkably good, using as inputs those that would be available to a fire behaviour analyst. And I think I ended up with an over prediction of 12%. So yes, I would say it's got a potential to be a remarkably good model.
And do you know, Dr. Marsden-Smedley, why it hasn't been incorporated into Spark at this point in time?
I was told that the the fire management agencies hadn't asked for it to be put in.
There's three wise men there looking as though they wish to say something. I'll start with you, Dr. Heemstra.
So I need to declare that the Spark project comes under me within AFAC, and I have a manager who is looking after the program of developing Spark, the Spark system into operational use. Later this week, we'll be getting a final version of CSIRO, and hopefully in the next couple of weeks, it'll be available for fire agencies, version 1 of Spark, to start deploying and using. This has been a project that's been going over the last 2 years to build it, and there's been a lot of work in getting the system together to make it operationally ready, how it integrates the fuels, uses the weather inputs, has all the different fire behaviour models in it. When it was originally developed, we had Vesta 1 available, and so that was part of the project brief and specification. The next phase of Spark will include Vesta 2 and more spotting models. And I mean, one of the great things about Spark is that it's very open to adaptation and development into the future.
And that's what I wanted to ask you about, is what's so unique about the Spark platform?
So we had a range of fire spread simulator software that were being used in Australia, and as a sector, we actually went and engaged an independent assessment of all the different fire spread models that are available. So a lot of us were using Phoenix. There was a model being developed that was used in Western Australia. There was a Canadian model, and we also had Spark just recently come on the scene. And so we looked at all of those models to compare them, where should we invest and work into the future as a sector. Interestingly, we found there was a lot of limitations with all of the models, and probably you could describe it as the least worst of them was Spark. And it was what really came out of that report was use these models with caution. The value with Spark is it's based on a much more adaptable architecture. It's much more transparent as far as the models and systems that you put into it. and much more scope to improve it into the future. So still a very valuable tool, but still something that modelling we need to use with caution.
Mr. McCoy, do you wish to add to that last answer?
Sure. As Dr. Hemstra mentioned, the Spark model is easily configurable and it's much faster to run. And so hopefully we can progress to having Vesta Mark II included. And I guess there are some additional comments I'd like to make on Vesta Mark II in terms of it building on some of the features that we use in the MacArthur meter, be it the incremental use of fuel load. And so it helps to provide more guidance to our analysts as to when to use that incremental use of fuel load. And it also incorporates the wind reduction factor that we use as well. And so CSIRO have now published and created more science around these particular features. So it adds an additional level of robust research to what we do.
Mr. Field, anything on that topic of Spark?
No, just to accord with Dr. John Marsden-Smedley that because it's so open, it would be very simple and straightforward to add Vesta Mark II to Spark, so it shouldn't be seen as an impediment.
Dr. Marsden-Smedley, anything further you wish to say around Spark and perhaps the use of Project Vesta Mark II?
Exactly, it's just been said. One of the biggest advantages of Spark is going to be its open, transparent architecture. So you can see what it's doing. It's not a hidden model.
You know what the equations are, you know what the assumptions are.
Correct.
I'm conscious of the time because my learned friend needs to ask some questions. I just want to come finally to section 4.4 of Dr. Marsden-Smedley's first report, and if you need a refresh, gentlemen, please do. Set out there, Dr. Marsden-Smedley identifies some 3 areas of potential recommendations, and this may be best directed to either you, Mr. McCoy, or Mr. Field, but in short compass, he's suggested investigate the utility of the Project Vesta 2 model. Well, we've heard that just now. Operational use of Spark for predicting fire behaviour, we've also heard that. And then picking up what you've said, Dr. Hemstra, research into the interactions between atmospheric instability and fire behaviour, that seems to have also been dealt with. Is there anything that anyone from the RFS wishes to say by way of response to any of the recommendations that Dr. Marsden-Smedley has identified in either his first report or his subsequent reports?
I think I'll add that we're already in this space, as you mentioned. We obviously instigated and have been working to implement Vesta Mark II. Through our Athena system, we've been building new systems in the Rural Fire Service. So we're building a new intelligence system that has a modelling platform. We heard earlier this morning from Mr. Philp about Athena in that it has automated predictions. We're looking to it currently works on Phoenix. We're looking in the next phase, we're looking to build Spark into that. And that also provides a risk assessment module as well and a social media harness. And that system will provide a comprehensive suite of intelligence for a range of users from the State Operations Centre down to the incident management teams. And it will provide automated alerts as well. So it does a risk assessment of a particular fire when a model is run, and it considers what the fire is likely to do, the potential fire danger, what it might likely to impact and the consequence of that. And you can set domain, you will be able to in the next generation, set a domain so that automated alerts will be promulgated to whatever level of the organisation they need to go to. So that is one enhancement I'd like to talk about. The second one is that I think the atmospheric stability component, as we mentioned, there's a lot of work to do here, and we've been working with the Bureau of Meteorology through Dr. Mika Peace, using case studies to research the coupled fire atmosphere model that the Bureau have been trialling. We did that with some fires in 2019-20 and the Green Valley fire, and we're looking to do some further research with them on the Lake Conjola fire shortly. The project's about to kick off. So, and we also mentioned the research that we've been implementing about the PFT project. Sorry, I forgot the name.
Kevin Torres, PFT.
So it's the research that gives us an indication of the danger of coupled fire-atmosphere interactions of a fire during the day. So there's some work that, there's a lot of work that we still need to do, and we're working on our systems, our models, our training, and our research and innovation to progress this field. We acknowledge that fire behaviour science is an inexact science, and although I'd advocate that our predictions were outstanding for a lot of the fires that we studied here, there is work that we need to do and to progress.
Mr. Field, I just want to ask you this question. If you accept the criticisms of Dr. Marsden-Smedley in relation to the limitations of the MacArthur model, if you accept that as an underlying premise, with the development or the evolution now of Vesta Mark II, together with the architecture of Spark, would that overcome those perceived limitations that Dr. Marsden-Smedley has spoken about in his reports and today?
I think Vesta Mark II would provide a more straightforward and easy to use implementation of, a model similar to the Vesta Mark I model. So yes, I would agree with that statement. I think one of the things that might have hopefully been borne out from today, as well as the strength of like a human being and a manual analyst, is that they're able to adapt to the situation and potentially select a model outside of fixed business rules that might be in a simulator and hopefully deliver a better result. So I think it's very important that we have the ability to use the appropriate models and use our judgment to do that. And I think the Badger is a very good example of that. Badger Fire is a very good example of that, where the weather was sort of fairly different from what was actually forecast, and so it requires the analyst to adapt to that situation and go outside of potentially business rules that might be developed around particular model selections to resolve that situation and then warn people, basically. So that would be kind of my sentiment. But certainly our policy generally is, understand all the models, use them where we see them as being appropriate. I used Vesta Mark I extensively during the 1925 season, and I, really enjoyed using it in really dry parts of the coastal environment where those fires were travelling really aggressively under, more humid conditions and things like that. So I don't think it's right to take away from this that we are adverse to using that model. That's certainly not the case.
And finally, for me, there seems to be a tension amongst fire behaviour analysts in relation to whether what's better, under prediction or over prediction. On the one hand, if you over predict, you could create the cry wolf scenario. Dr. Marsden-Smedley, where do you land in relation to that debate or that tension?
I land on trying to get the best prediction I can do, neither over or under. I try to minimise either and do the best approximation. I would not try to put a bias on to avoid doing one or the other at all. And the other point I would make is to endorse a lot of what's been said, and that is that we can do potentially a lot better with the future models that are coming online, but they're not going to remove the need for an experienced fire behaviour analyst, because with the model outputs are still going to have to be checked, reviewed, and confirmed that they are the best approximation, because that's all they're ever going to be, an approximation.
Gentlemen, do you agree generally with the sentiment about trying to get the most accurate prediction and trying to avoid either under or over as best as possible?
I'll just make that. So under or over prediction, it's a miss or a false alarm.
Correct.
And there's implications of either of those. And if you miss something significant and harm and damages occurs as a result of it, or if you false alarm and unnecessarily warn people, make them have to relocate, you lose confidence in the system. So it's always important that you try and get the best prediction you can, and particularly looking at the products we've got available, we've got a best estimate and a worst case scenario. And so the worst case scenario is something to have in your back pocket if it goes bad. This is where we're prepared for that and have contingencies. They're predictions with uncertainty. And so these are products we give to incident management teams to help them with the decision-making process. And so as much as we can try and refine that error and bring it down, the best estimate is going to be what we think based on all the best data and modelling we've got available and the best model we're using at the time. What is the most likely scenario? But what's your 90th percentile? So what's the thing that could really, if we've got fuel loads a little bit, that they're higher than we thought they were, or if the wind speed is bigger. And so that's another product that we need to have in the tool bag.
Is it generally accepted amongst each of you four that an acceptable error threshold is around that 35%?
That seems reasonable.
I'd also just build on what Dr. Heemstra is saying. I mean, that error threshold is the general accepted threshold that we refer to, but part of the role is not just producing a prediction. Part of the role is to produce a prediction and to provide that prediction in context to help underpin the decisions that the incident management team or the state operations controller or regional major incident controller are making. And so the aspirational goal we give to our fire behaviour analyst is to become the trusted advisor. And so we need to be producing the best predictions possible and to provide those predictions in context and to brief our IMTs. As has been mentioned here today, when we progress to the simulators, you need a human as that interface between the simulator and the IMT to provide context and to interpret that prediction and to help underpin their decisions.
I'll go to you, Dr. Marsden, then I'll finish with you, Dr. Heemstra, then I'll take my seat.
I also understand that on the proposed rollout of Spark, you're going to be able to do scenario testing so that you'll be able to do a what if the wind speed is 20% higher or the humidity is 20% lower, and look at how that impacts on the predictions. And so on that basis, doing your worst case, you will be able to very easily, very quickly run a worst case scenario, and the incident controller can then look at it and go, okay, I'll believe that or I won't believe that, and make warnings appropriately.
Dr. Heemstra.
I might just clarify that and then I'll go back to the 35% question.
Yeah.
One of the great things about computer simulations is you can run them lots of times. And so what we want to do in the future is build an ensemble probabilistic approach where you can actually run thousands of versions. And so if we know our error bars as far as temperature, wind speed, fuel load, you can run that in the model and see what's my 50th percentile, what's my 90th percentile, and so that's a great opportunity that's going to come available with this system. But looking at the 35% error bars, and I might just refer you to tab 48, page 1189.
So what was the page number?
1189.
We bring that up.
So there's a graph there, which is figure 6. Yeah, so if we could just zoom into that top graph there. So in Australia, we have a range of fire behaviour models, and we've spent a bit of time talking about Vesta and MacArthur, but we've got heath models, we've got grass models, we've got all sorts of different vegetation types. These models are empirically derived based on experimental data. And so what happens is the scientists go out in the field, take measurements based on temperature, humidity, wind speed, look at rates of spread, and come up with a line of best fit. And so this is for the Vesta model, for example, but there's a similar thing with all the other empirical models there. You can see an enormous amount of spread of the data there. So while that is a line of best fit, and there's your 35 plus or minus lines, there's a lot of variability of rates of spread that you've got there. So intrinsically within the model, there's a whole lot of uncertainty. It is a line of best fit from what you've seen in the field of different fire behaviour. So the fire behaviour analyst is applying that formula with that level of uncertainty that's already intrinsic in the model. Compounded on that, they're putting in a weather forecast, which there is also uncertainty in the weather forecast that can often be misses or false alarms. And then you've got the uncertainty that applies to understanding your fuel loads.
And also atmospheric stability.
And then you've got atmospheric stability. So plus or minus 35% is actually quite a high bar when you look at how much uncertainty sits in the system that we have there. And looking at the process that a fire behaviour analyst goes through is they will look at those spreadsheets. They will look at the different things that are affecting it. Because the other thing, there's also slope. The fires run faster uphill and slower downhill. You've got spotting. So there's all sorts of other different fire behaviour elements that you need to consider. And so there's the science behind fire behaviour, what formula apply, and if you very narrowly do it, and I think we're spending a lot of time assessing over spreadsheets and where the number is, but the art behind fire behaviour analysis is actually where a fire behaviour analyst has understanding of the limitations of the model. They understand the areas that they're working within, and they'll actually flick between spreadsheets. And so I think it was either Derek or David earlier this morning said, I used Vesta and MacArthur. That's a good fire behaviour analyst, because what you're doing is you're interactively constantly using that model. You're varying the fuel load, you're varying the slope, you're looking at different models, and then you're drawing your isochrone on the map. And so there's a lot of skill that comes into that judgment to where I do that under time pressure with very poor information and often not knowing where the fire is. And so it is a very challenging environment to work in. And so we spent a lot of time trying to do our due diligence in understanding the science, building in the limitations, building good data sets, and building systems so we can do that quickly under an operational situation. But it's probably, I think that graph really helps you understand some of the core limitations we've got in the models and the accuracy. And if we're saying it's a difference of 10% or 20% between this model or that model, there's a lot of error that sits within the background data of how those models are derived. So sorry, that's a long answer to you, plus or minus 35%. Right. But at least understanding that's the principle that we've got. It's a high bar.
It's an inexact science.
Yes.
It's more an art form than a science, perhaps. I think Mr. Free might have some questions.
Thank you, Aaron. Dr. Marston-Smedley, if I could just ask you to focus on effectively the available tools now. We've talked a bit about Vesta Mark II and the development of Spark, but focusing on the tools that are presently available. You heard Mr. Field speak a few moments ago about the human element in fire behaviour analysis and the benefits of having multiple models and tools available to a trained analyst to draw upon. Do you agree that that's the ideal system to have?
It's necessary.
Right. And so you wouldn't seek to preclude an analyst from using tools that have been shown to be useful?
I would not. I would certainly support them using any tool that showed good utility.
Do you accept that the MacArthur model has a well-established utility, including in predicting fires that aren't just low-intensity fires?
I am of the opinion that whilst it can give reasonable predictions if it's adjusted, the degree of adjustment required has not been verified and independently tested, and that anything above a moderate level of fire behaviour, i.e. high, very high, extreme, requires an increasing level of adjustment to get it to give realistic predictions to the extent where the adjustments become unrealistic.
Have you yourself undertaken the F-band training that the RFS provides?
I developed the pre-F-band training course for Department of Sustainability and Environment in those days in Melbourne, and it was then taken over by Kevin Tolhurst. But as a formal qualification as F-band, no, I've only done the pre-development of the course that before it became an official course. But I do have a PhD in fire behaviour modelling.
Are you aware that part of the training of F-bands that the RFS provides is to instruct them on the appropriate adjustments to the MacArthur model if using that?
That is my understanding. but not having done the RFS FBAN course, I don't know exactly other than what they put in the handbook.
Thank you. Mr. McCoy, can I perhaps just ask you to respond to the suggestion that the use of the MacArthur model with adjustments has not been demonstrated to be reliable?
I think following the Wombalong fire, and I could refer you to page 1163 of my folio, there's a chart in there where we compared the performance of the adjusted MacArthur meter and the Vesta meter using extreme circumstances, i.e. during the Wombalong fire, and we were able to achieve comparable performance. And that is in the context of, in an operational setting, should the fuel inputs not be available for the Vesta model or readily available, we have very good confidence in the inputs to the MacArthur model, and so we're able to provide an equivalent prediction in this case using something that is more easy for our FBANs to undertake.
Dr. Hemstra, do you want to add anything to that?
Look, in my career, as leading the fire behaviour capability in the RFS, I've probably authorised and signed off 5,000, maybe 10,000 fires. So I've seen a lot, and also looking at how do we apply this system operationally and with the skills and capability of the people on the ground, and the MacArthur model is an extremely appropriate tool for them to use in that situation, and often outperforms and is superior to what we had available at the time with Vesta 1. But I would see is still an important tool in the toolbox into the future. It's something that we, have good understanding of its limitations and how it's applied. As far as whether the specifics of how the wind reduction factors applied and what's been published from the School of Hard Knocks and actually being on the ground and experiencing this, it's something that we've learnt how we use it. And every FBAN, once they've done a prediction and the line scan comes in, will come back and re-interrogate their work. And it's a thing you'll experience and keep building that skill as you go through and question what inputs they put into there. So it's a thing that, this is a thing we've developed over time as to how we use it. And it's through many, many predictions and many, many times we've been using this. And I mean, it's in their interest to try and use the best model and come out with the best output. They've got all these tools available to them. And so they'll be making those choices as professionals. What gives me the best outcome? I mean, they're judged on it all the time, and we've had a couple of our FBANs being judged on it in a court today. But they're judged by the INT. They're judged by everyone afterwards. They've produced a prediction. They want to do the best they can with the tools they've got available, and that's what. And we try and develop those into the future. But MacArthur has been completely suitable in many cases, and I'm very comfortable with using it in the toolbox.
Thank you. Mr. Field, Dr. Marsden-Smedley was asked some questions earlier about the sensitivity of the Vesta model to the fuel inputs. And I think part of his response was to suggest that the MacArthur model, if it's going to be adjusted, is also sensitive to the fuel inputs in a similar way. Do you have a response to that and about the relative sensitivities?
Yeah, I think it's a complex question, so it probably depends on which implementation of the Vesta Mark 1 model you're talking about. So I suppose the Vesta 1 equation 9 has a continuous numerical scale, so it has a high degree of granularity into like how you can adjust the fuel inputs into that model. Vesta fuel hazard score, if you are using sort of discrete values, has less of an ability. And we've heard quite a few people today talk about that, where because it uses essentially 5 categories, if you move to one category, it's a significant change in the kind of model inputs, if you like, basically. So, I suppose the granularity is probably higher in the MacArthur model because it's sort of tonnes per hectare and fractions of tonnes per hectare, perhaps. But Yeah, there's similar granularity, but it depends on which of the Vestermark 1 equations you're looking to use.
Perhaps just to draw that out, can I ask the operator please to bring up Dr. Marsden-Smedley's third report, internal page 11. Don't have the tab number, sorry. Oh, thank you very much. Can we zero in, please? You're very impressively fast. Zero in on table 3 at the bottom of the page, please. Thank you. So, Dr. Marsden-Smedley, this is from your most recent report of the 31st of March, and you've got there comparisons between the RFS mapped ROS's rate of spread.
That's right.
And the predicted rate of spread. Now, the first column, just correct me if I'm wrong, these are 3 different ways of measuring error.
Yes.
And have you read in the RFS response document the explanation as to why the authors of that report considered that mean absolute error is what they regard as the most appropriate measure in this context?
They're all measures that you can use. I don't know. Wouldn't actually put one well above the others without considering them all. I will fully acknowledge that the number of samples in these are less than optimal, because that's what I had available to me.
Yes. Right. Well, just for the sake of trying to simplify this exercise, can I ask you to concentrate on the middle row, that is mean absolute error? And firstly, just explaining the overall exercise, is this effectively comparing a combination of the Kangawalla and Badger predictions as against what was ultimately observed?
The higher intensity ones for both.
Yes, thank you. And so you've organised there in the far right column what you call RFS predicted. That is the prediction prepared by the RFS F-bands in relation to the higher intensity.
That is my measurements of the mapped prediction fires that I was able to use. Yes.
But they're prediction fires rather than observed.
Yes, the RFS mapped are the observed. The RFS predicted are my measurements of their predictions.
Now, on this mean absolute error row, I take it the lower the number, the closer to 0 you are, that means the lower the error?
Yes.
And so going across those options, you've got MacArthur unadjusted and MacArthur adjusted. Now that's not MacArthur adjusted as adjusted by the RFS F-bands, that's a different type of adjustment.
That was my understanding of the adjustment that they did.
Right. Which you subsequently realised was not the adjustment.
No, that is what I took off their statements and some of the prediction maps. That is, as far as I can work out, the adjustment that was made, but my calculation using those adjustments.
But the RFS predicted column is the more...
It's the one I took off their maps.
And then you've got the 2 Project Vesta 1 columns, FHR and FHS.
Fuel hazard rating and fuel hazard score. Fuel hazard rating is equation 10. Fuel hazard score is equation 9.
All right. So equation 10 uses what's called fuel hazard ratings, and they have associated with them what are categorical measures. Is that right?
Not necessarily, no. After extensive discussions with Dr. Wendy Anderson, who was the statistician who actually did the analysis for the Project Vesta 1 model, she determined, after consultations with Professor Ted Catchpole, that using the fuel hazard ratings as continuous variables was entirely appropriate.
Now, can I ask you just to focus firstly on the published versions of the literature relating to Project Vesta 1 and equation 10?
Yes.
The published literature deals with categories, is that right?
It can use either.
Does it?
But it uses a 0 to 5 scale.
The scale is organised according to what other categories?
Low, moderate, high, very high, extreme.
So
are the nominal categories.
And so high has a certain numerical value associated with it within the Vesta model.
3.
And very high has 4.
Yes, an extreme 5.
Right. And
or actually, it goes between 4.5 and 5 for extreme.
Thank you. But sorry, I'll withdraw that. In the analysis you have done to produce this Project Vesta 1 FHR measure,
yes,
you've used continuous values plotted somewhere between those categorical values, is that right?
What I did was I used the RFS fuel Excel version of the fuel calculator, and there is an issue with the way I did that, and that is that predicts a combined surface and near surface. And so by keeping it in that category, in the categories provided, which I might add gives you a numerical output. So the RFS is using them continuously. I looked at the vegetation type and did the best estimate I could of surface and near surface fuel hazard rating on a numerical scale.
Just pausing there, Dr. Heemstra, do you have a response about that approach and whether it accords with your understanding of the Vesta 1 equation 10?
The challenge is how you determine those fuel loads and particularly how you do it in an operational and predictive sense. And I mean, these are discrete best guess numbers. What's the error bars between them? Like how certain are we with the inputs that we put, and how do you determine those fuel loads under the heat of battle operationally with a very short time frame, as opposed to when you've got a lot of time to analyse it afterwards? It's hard. You're almost comparing apples and oranges, I suppose, as an operational number that was developed. I mean, also the discrepancy with the adjusted forest fire danger and the predicted number comes down to the art. Like that's what the fire behaviour analyst is doing based on their field intelligence, the line scans that have been coming through, a whole lot of other factors that are going into how they're using the model. It's not slavishly using MacArthur or Vesta. It's how you interrogate the models to come up with your estimate of the fire spread. And fire boundaries are very irregular. And where do you pick which run you use? It is also challenging as to how you're comparing and measuring these models, particularly when you're using rate of spread. One fire line can have 1,000 different rates of spread depending on where you are on that fire line. And so this is a very hard metric to be measuring, and it's almost splitting hairs what we're looking at here.
Dr. Marsden-Smedley, just coming back to this table 3, does your Project Vesta 1 FHR measure, does that take into account slope in the topography?
No, I was using the principle that's normally pushed, but once fires are fully rolling, you ignore slope because where they slow down going down a hill, they pick up on the next uphill. So I have not taken slope into consideration.
So that's effectively a rule of thumb about slopes that evening themselves out?
Yes.
If you had topographical information available for a particular fire that showed that the slopes were more one way than the other, it would be appropriate to try to factor that in?
On a smaller geographic scale, yes, but these runs were done over a big enough area that they would have had both up and down slope.
Mr. Field, do you want to comment on the extent to which slope is taken into account or should be taken into account?
Yeah, I think our report, if you show page 1220. Sorry.
That's all right.
So it's the final page of the article.
That's the page you're referring to, Mr. Field?
That's correct. So you can see these are like Google Earth elevation profiles. It's freely available. And both of these fires, whilst they have uphill and downhill trends, also undulations, if you like, show that they have descended a long distance. So they've come from a fairly high altitude down to quite a low altitude. So they've essentially gone downslope a long way.
And is that something that is taken into account on either model or otherwise by a fire behaviour analyst?
Yeah, that's correct. So fire behaviour analysts will take into account like an overall trend such as that.
And does Project Vesta 1 allow that to be taken into account?
All fire spread models allow you, depending on their implementation, but they allow you to apply a slope correction factor too. Yeah.
So it's a matter of an input to take account of that.
That's correct.
Thank you. Just bear with me for a moment, excuse me. Mr. McCoy, I think Dr. Heemstra has already commented on this, but would you have a response to any suggestion that pending the implementation of Spark or Vesta 2 or some combination of both, the RFS should stop using MacArthur?
Oh, I totally concur with Dr. Heemstra's comments in that we need the flexibility to be able to apply the models in context. Absolutely. And it could be a while before we transition fully over to Spark. We need to test and validate this model in operations, in an operational setting. So into the future, we need the ability for the analyst to apply a model in context.
What is the time frame that you expect in terms of reaching an implementation phase with the Spark system? Or
so phase 2 of Athena is embedding Spark into it as we speak, but that's not to say that we've done any operational testing or rigorous testing of this model. So I think there's, over the next 12 months, we'll be running Spark in parallel to our existing suite of models, and where we see which model is working the best, we'll provide that information to an IMT.
Thank you, Mr. McCoy. Your Honour, no.
Thank you, Mr. Freed.
Nothing, thank you, Your Honour.
Thanks very much, Dr. Marston-Smedley, Field, Mr. McCoy, Dr. Heemstra. Really appreciate your expertise today. You're all excused. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honour, that concludes the evidence in relation to that particular case study. I think Your Honour's next scheduled hearing is on Thursday, where Your Honour will be hearing some closing addresses and an application in relation to various documents and subpoenas and things.
Is anything you wish to raise?
No, Your Honour.
We'll adjourn until
Thursday the 7th.
Thursday. We're not sitting tomorrow. Yes. So Thursday is the 7th.
6th. My apologies, I've misled you.
6th. Thursday the 6th at 10 a.m. Thank you.